in terms of balance. When we talk about our heritage, we are filled with pride, and this makes us proud of our glorious history. Girish Chandra Ghosh and GGS also takes pride in its heritage and legacy as well. The government of West Bengal has recognized it and given it the status of a heritage company and has provided it a place of honor in the government industrial and commercial museum. Balance is necessary everywhere in life. So there's a need for weights and measures. In general, it is called scale in colloquial language. Through the manufacturing of these skills, Girish Chandra Ghosh and GGS has been empowering businessmen from the weakest section of the society to even the biggest units with measuring instrument. For example, weighting machines from the last 150 years. With time, the technology of manufacturing skills changed, and Girish Chandra Ghosh and GGS also changed their working style. It kept providing quality weighting machines digitally and as well as manually to the market and society. Girish Chandra Ghosh and GGS was established in Calcutta in 1874 by a visionary personality late Girish Chandra Ghosh. Since then, nearly 150 years, the company has seen many ups and downs. In fact, the company was established in 1874 at the name of Girish Chandra Ghosh, but in the year 1973, GGS was added to its name. That's it. From then onwards, the company came to be known as Girish Chandra Ghosh and GGS. Mr. Supriyo Ghosh, the fifth generation CEO of the company, is continuously taking its dignity to new heights. Due to his efficient leadership and practical business approach, the company is reaching new heights every day. It is recognized by the Legal Metrology Department of the Government of West Bengal for manufacturing and repairing of all types of weighting machines. As a license holder approved by the Legal Metrology Department, weights and measures of the government for the repairing of weighting machines both in electronics and mechanical. The products and the services of the company are high in performance and best in quality as well. Apart from this, the company has its own identity and reputation in the field of storage tank calibration. The company has license of 12 states government and also authorized to work all over India and abroad as a specialized in the line of calibration. The company has expanded its service to new areas like tank roundness, tilt and settlement survey, UST and P&I of pipelines and tanks by using new technology. Over the years, not only in India but also abroad, the company has created a distinct identity in storage tank calibration with modern optical technology. Reach of its beloved customers is increasing day by day. Reputed corporate brands like Tata, Aditya Birla Group, Excite, Hindustan Unilever, ACC, Castrol, Bharat Petroleum, HP, Imami Group, Indian Oil, Reliance, and NTPC, etc., have been added to Girish Chandra Ghosh and GGS as its valuable customers. In terms of quality, the company has been awarded the certificate of standardization for calibration of horizontal and vertical storage tanks. And because of these specialties, the company has been honored with many state, national, and international level honors and awards. Girish Chandra Ghosh was honored in the year 1954 and recognized by all concerned. Later, the company received the honor in the silver scale for metric scale maker in Indian National Congress Industrial Exhibition held in Kollani, West Bengal. FOSMI Award in 2010 awarded in the field of calibration tank by Meteorology Department of Government of Orissa in 2011. All India Leadership Award at national level in 2011, also awarded with International Achievers Award by IAC Thailand in 2011. Bharat Gaurav Award in 2012, 2010 First Prize in FOSMI Award, Bengal Chamber Award in 2012, Special Jury Award of Bengal Chamber of Commerce for the Service Sector in 2013, Award of Excellence for Outstanding Achievement in the Service Sector by former President of India Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam in the year 2013. Then after this, in 2016, winner of FASSI Award of Excellence
2016. In 2017, winner of Bengal Chamber of Commerce Award of Excellence for MSMES. Entrepreneur Excellence Award Business Accelerator Summit 2018 Kolkata presented to Sri Supriyo Ghosh, Mrs. Girish Chandra Ghosh and GGS West Bengal in 2018, winner of Vishwa Banglar Gaurav as Entrepreneur and Social Worker in 2020, Ania Din at Kolkata in 2022 Heritage and Old Company Award of Year 2021-2022 from Banglahan, Bengal's largest media digital network, and award for Best Heritage Brand of the Year 2023 for outstanding contribution to the brand development and innovative from Universal Records Forum URF in 2023.
The company is MSME, NSIC registered and ISO certified. Now leading corporate companies have been added as valued customers to the company. It is great achievement of Girish Chandra Ghosh and GGS. Thank you.
This is a story of vision and commitment. With Indian economy making rapid strides, the significance of energy can't be overstated. NTPC, one of the biggest power utilities in the world, has proven to be the prime mover behind this growth story. Established in 1975, the first 200 megawatt unit of NTPC was set up in 1982. This plant still registers a plant load factor beyond 100%, reflective of the robust operations and maintenance practices adopted by the power major. While NTPC has been accorded Navratna status in 1997 and Maharatna status in 2010, the first hydro project was commissioned in 2015 and coal production started in 2017. Today, the company has an installed capacity of over 76,000 megawatt, generating more than 422 billion units annually, while more than 20,000 megawatt of capacity is under construction. It has produced approximately 35 million metric ton of coal in 2023 to 24. The company has been expanding its business through formation of JVs and subsidiaries and intend to become a 130 gigawatt company by 2032. Net worth of the company is nearly 1,60,000 crore, with Government of India holding approximately 51% of the shares. With the paradigm shift occurring in the sector, the company is rapidly diversifying and spearheading the much-needed energy transition by foraying into areas like carbon capture and energy storage. NTPC is reducing the carbon footprints of its thermal units by utilizing its water bodies and reservoirs for installation of floating solar. The company has commissioned India's largest 100 megawatt floating solar project at Ramagundam. NTPC has incorporated NREL and NGEL, the two RE-focused companies, with the aim to ramp up RE capacity to 60 gigawatt by 2032, up from 3.6 gigawatt today. True to its commitment to environment, the company has tied up with International Solar Alliance to implement solar parks and solarization solutions across ISA member countries. The company is currently advising several countries for nearly 6,620 megawatt of solar capacity. With the vision to be the world's leading power company, NTPC is developing various projects across Asia and Africa. The first 660 megawatt unit of NTPC's joint venture in Bangladesh was commissioned in December 2022. And the second unit was commissioned in March 2024. Besides, the company provides capacity building programs through its flagship institutes, Power Management Institute and NTPC School of Business. The institutes have strategic tie-ups with world's leading L&D institutes. Netra, our R&D center, leads the innovation journey and has developed several technologies and demonstrated them through pilot projects over the years. The outstanding achievement and contribution towards power sector of the country by NTPC has been acknowledged through several accolades in the recent years. The company also supported archery and developed it from grassroots level, which has helped elevating India's reputation at global level. A 4-week annual girl empowerment workshop is conducted across NTPC stations, and more than 10,000 girl students have been benefited from this program. NTPC, transforming lives towards a progressive, sustainable future.
लड़कियां शुभ काम में सबसे आगे रहती हैं। अब घर के ओनरशिप में भी लड़कियों का नाम सबसे आगे है। पढ़ाई में लड़कियों के नंबर अक्सर ज्यादा ही आते हैं। अब मास्टर्स के लिए विदेश जाने वाली लड़कियों का नंबर भी ज्यादा है। पहले लड़कियां अपने हस्बैंड का बिजनेस ज्वाइन करती थी, पर अब ज्यादातर खुद का बिजनेस स्टार्ट करती है। And you know what? पहले तो अधिकतर लड़कियां छोटा मोटा बिजनेस करती थी, लेकिन अब बड़ा बड़ा बिजनेस करती हैं। नारी शक्ति दुनिया बदल रही है और नारी शक्ति को और भी मजबूत करने उनके साथ खड़ा है SBI, बैटिंग फॉर नारी शक्ति।
मुझे बिजनेस करंट अकाउंट के साथ इंस्टेंटली मिला POS और QR कोड। आप जानते हैं मेरा बैंक कौन है?
मुझे बिना कोई लॉन्ग प्रोसेस के आसानी से होम लोन मिल गया। आप जानते हैं मेरा बैंक कौन है?
मुझे बिना कोई डॉक्यूमेंटेशन के प्री अप्रूव्ड लोन मिल गया। यस, आई हैव अ डेडिकेटेड रिलेशनशिप मैनेजर फॉर पर्सनलाइज्ड बैंकिंग। आप जानते हो मेरा बैंक कौन है?
मैंने बिना बैंक विजिट किए सेविंग्स अकाउंट ओपन कर लिया। आप जानते हो मेरा बैंक कौन है?
हेलो,
आप जानते हैं इन सबका बैंक कौन है?
हेलो, चेक।
जब मिलेगी सॉलिड बैंक की सॉलिड बैकिंग, तब शान से आगे बढ़ेगा इंडिया।
Check.
Easy browsing, loads of data, hyper speed and the ease of working from anywhere.
Check.
The world
Hello,
is
check.
undergoing many digital transitions where new opportunities, complex challenges and infinite growth awaits us at every step. And businesses cannot afford to buffer in the face of this change. They must meet and exceed customer expectations by evolving quickly, growing seamlessly, and adapting confidently. Behind effortless clicks and enhanced customer experiences is a trusted digital infrastructure partner, Sifi Technologies. We are here to bridge the business vision and customer expectations with integrated digital solutions and 360-degree support. With over 2 decades of leadership in information, communications and technology, we are designing, building and managing some of India's mission-critical digital infrastructure. And we continue to innovate to meet the technology demands of digital India, ensuring that our customers remain competitive in the face of change. Be it powering every second digital transaction in India, enabling online payment to the last mile in India villages, or ensuring a seamless experience on OTT platforms. Our vision of Digital India has translated into world-class data centers, cloud and network assets, along with a wide portfolio of professional and digital services. Across 6 countries, we work as a collaborated workforce in our customers' digital transformation journey through established partnership ecosystems. We are pacing towards digital at core, creating a digital bridge for our customers' transformation as Sifi 4.0. We are committed to invest in people, platforms and tools with the best of artificial intelligence and machine learning to ensure improved user experience, increased efficiency and smarter decision making for businesses. We have served over 10,000 businesses across verticals and helped enterprises in driving complex IT transformation projects. Today, we are securing you from hackers during digital transactions. We are saving lives by making patients' information and radiation device availability visible for cancer treatment. We are enabling smooth streaming on your favorite social media network and ensuring complete visibility of your retail orders through digital forward supply chain. SIFI is building in India, which stands as an example of smart, safe and sustainable digital infrastructure in the world. We are here to accelerate the digital innovation. SIFI Technologies, your digital bridge for transformation. This is a story about change. A story that goes back to 1986, when Tally empowered a generation of game changers with the means to evolve from manual to computerized operations. This is a story of 2.5 million small and medium businesses.
Delhi है, कुछ टेंशन नहीं है.
Redefine your business with TelePrime.
The life easier for everyone.
Sense of comfort.
You are saving on the hours and you are getting more clients and then of course you are getting more money.
Delhi है तो भरोसा है.
A story of 28,000 partners in India and across 100 other countries. As we create solutions that help transition and maneuver the compliance regime through VAT and GST. With innovative business management solutions to give you a superior product experience that's reliable, faster, simpler, and flexible. This is our story because it is in your growth that we grow.
ওদের ছাড়া পুজোর পেট পুজো অসম্ভব।
ঠিক যেন ঠাম্মার হাতের রান্নার ম্যাজিক।
अरे एक बार खाओगे ना बार बार आओगे।
उनका खाना आए हाय हाय।
For 25 years, it's been a journey like no other. The journey of 6 Baliganj Place.
Raman is a wonderful organizer. Shushanto, not just a chef, but his skills, his whole belief in inventing and curating better food and quality stuff definitely adds to what Six Baligans Place is today. And Anindo Palik is this wonderful human being, a friend, a support factor.
Starting our journey as favorites, life has been a celebration for the last 25 years.
My first visit back home, sometime at the end of 1998, was to attend my cousin's wedding. It was then that we all got to know that there will be food from 6 Baligans Place / Savories.
ऐसे ही कोई हमेशा ग्लैमरस नहीं लगता।
where the growth has been even to an extent of 20%.
which probably no planner ever thinks of that kind of exorbitant growth and factors it into the system. Everybody goes as per the normal growth, normal trends, and that kind of a scenario is built. The net result was 4 years back we were thinking that we have already reached a condition of surplus situation, and that was truly so. We had entered into a zone of surplus capacity wherein some of our projects started getting.
First of all, I would like to thank BCCI for holding the second tech summit, and that too in Bangalore. Apparently and realistically the city which we would call the IT capital of India. But I have other things in mind, and that's what I'm going to share with you. What you saw is a audio visual from the VGBS that we have held in Calcutta, an endeavor by our Honorable Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, while she aspires and thrives to make Kolkata the next IT hub of India that is happening.
Well, Thailand and India enjoy fruitful relationship for 75 years, and we share the ancient bonds of culture and region, as well as a vibrant tourism and trade partnership. And in the year of the 2023, we also successfully increased the trade value between Thailand and India 17 billion, which is a significant accomplishment that highlights the importance of our joint efforts.
We have been talking a bit more about Gen AI for the last 1 year. But if you look at broadly AI and how, general connectivity with devices, Bluetooth operated devices, what it's doing to around, to healthcare and patient care, I think the impact has been significant.
I am really grateful to Bengal Chamber of Commerce for honoring the mothers of India. They must continue this. It's a great encouragement and great honor for all the mothers. So I'm very happy and grateful to be here and to receive your blessings and love. Thank you so much.
To developing not only professional but also personal development. And with investment in nursing for upskilling will also lead to a workforce that will be resilient, that will transform the nursing workforce. They will be more satisfied, and when they work with satisfaction and their job performance will increase, this will lead to better improved patient outcomes. And improved patient outcome in turn will also result in low cost for the hospital.
People who are not here should be here, because we have the best in the business already here, whether it is Reliance, Airtel Nextra, ST Telemedia, Japanese giant in data center business, NTT, Larsen L&T, TCS, Infosys. In fact, there's an investment of almost 25,000 crores, and we are expecting only from Bengal Silicon Valley, an employment of almost 40,000 IT personnel.
The leader is, we are not talking about the machine, we are not talking about the technology alone. The leader is one who takes the team, who motivates the team, and who creates the belief in the team to accomplish what you have set the path.
এগিয়ে আসুন শিল্পপতিরা, এবং আমরা মনে করছি আমরা আজকে এই পশ্চিম বাংলায় এই বায়োটেকনোলজিকে সবথেকে প্রথমেই আপনাদের কাছে এগিয়ে নিয়ে আসতে চাইছি, যে আপনারা এগিয়ে আসলে আমরা পশ্চিম বাংলায় অনেক বেশি আজকে আপনাদের এগিয়ে নিয়ে যেতে সক্ষম হব।
So in bridging the gap between school and higher education requires concerted efforts from all stakeholders. So by focusing on curriculum alignment, skill development, teacher training and technology, we can ensure that every student transitions smoothly, equipped for success in both academic and professional spheres. Thank you, and let's work together for bringing these changes. Thank you.
morning, everybody. We will be starting our session shortly. All our panelists and esteemed guests have already arrived. Please bear with us for 2 minutes. We are starting ASAP.
Very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. Day 2 of the second Indo-Pacific Economic Conclave. And it's good to be back. We did some very solid groundwork yesterday, and I can, I'm sure you have all gone through the papers, but let me just still mention that the newspapers are abuzz with the news on the investments in West Bengal regarding the semiconductor fabrication unit under transformative collaboration with the United States. This was announced by the news about where we are with respect to this groundbreaking development was announced by Dr. Amit Mitro yesterday. And we also have in our midst the Consul General, the new Consul General of the United States in Kolkata, Consul General Kathy Giles Diaz in our midst, who is also in the papers today because of Twitter, because of her meeting with the Honorable Chief Minister yesterday. So probably we'll get snippets of that during her speech. In the meantime, just one announcement from my end. We are not having Dr. Ananta Nageshwaran, Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India, physically in our midst. You might be knowing today the Prime Minister himself has called for a meeting on the economy, and being the Chief Economic Advisor, he has to make a presentation. So yesterday, late afternoon, we got to know that he will be unable to come. He has cancelled all his meetings, but since he had confirmed to us way back, he will be joining us online round about 11:30, 12 around that time, and he has blocked some time for us exclusively for an online speech. So we shall start off our inaugural session of day 2 with a couple of announcements and couple of releases, very special from our end. First and foremost, it's been a labor of love, really, from from our end. We have been working on publication from the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and we wanted to make this a quarterly publication and an offering to you all. And the first edition of this is ready, and we didn't want it to be an economic, and might I say boring business publication. We are a Chamber of Commerce, but I sometimes find business a little bit boring and tedious. But so it's going to be covering business, of course, but tourism, art, culture, history, and basically what India is to us. We are calling this the first edition, India That Is Bharat. And in this, we are honored to have pieces, articles penned by none other than Ustad Amjad Ali Khan on the soul of Bharat. He talks about music as a reflection of the Indian identity. Shift to the world of shifting power dynamics, again penned by Air Chief Marshal, retired, Arup Raha, on India's aerospace frontiers. Shri Sanjeev Sanyal, Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council member, has written on India in the world economy. Professor Suranjan Das, Vice Chancellor, former Vice Chancellor of Calcutta University and Jadavpur University, rare feat, currently the Vice Chancellor of Adamas University, has talked about India's higher education odyssey. And we have also had pieces on climate by renowned journalist Jayanto Basu on Global Climate Summit. Our very own Mr. Gautam Ray, President, has written about the balance in India's energy policies and an inclusive energy growth and just climate transition at that. And in addition to all that, we have also had a piece by an IT expert on cognitive operations, a narrative in modern telcos and India's ICT evolution by Niladri Shekhar Dattu. So without further ado, we will release this book by the august panel on the dais and present it to you all. Can we please have the copy of the book? All of them. Thank you. The second announcement, yet another publication. We are very, as a Chamber of Commerce, we are extremely passionate about climate transition. And we have been talking about, how to mitigate climate change way back from 2008, when Kyoto was in its first assessment period. Even before the first assessment period started officially in 2008. Since then, sustainability is an abiding, focus area for us. And we have also constituted our own sustainability forum, which is a very high-powered committee of experts, bureaucrats, business leaders. The former Chief Secretary Government of West Bengal, Mr. Molay De, he is chairing it. Mentored by Mr. Partha Bhattacharya, former Chairman Coal India Limited. We have Dr. Meera Mitra, member governing body, Center for Responsible Business, a renowned CSR exponent. Mr. Ravindra Chamaria, who's a builder. He's group chairman, Infinity Infotech Parks, who are one of the largest builders of IT space in the city. We have Professor Runa Sarkar, Professor of Economics, IIM Calcutta. Mr. Shubhit Chakraborty, our immediate past president, seated in our midst. Mr. Sushil Kumar Suni, former founder and CEO POSOCO, which is now, Grid India. Mr. Shrutitya Bhattacharya, another former chairman, Coal India, and currently the chairman of Webble. And Mr. UK Bhattacharya, former director projects NTPC. So, of course, we have with us as special invitee in group, Dr. Ajay Mathur, who's the Director General of the International Solar Alliance, which has been mandated and formed after the Paris, climate conference of parties. So we have one, copy of this publication. We call it a coffee table publication, but it's really something which will, get you thinking, and you would really want to pick it up. We did it kind of at express speed, so we have got one of the copies ready. We would like to unveil it by our president, and we shall soon have more copies ready and shall distribute the same amongst you and advertise about it in our social media handles. Can we have a copy for the president, please? We are calling it Sustainability Decoded, and the authors are Mr. Jayanto Basu, Mr. Alok Mukherjee, former president, Mr. P.S. Bhattacharya, Professor Runa Sharkar, Mr. Ravindra Chamaria, Mr. S.K. Suni, all part of the Sustainability Forum, Mr. Shubhi Chakraborty, Mr. Shudip Nag, Mr. Deepak Gupta of GAIL, and Mr. UK Bhattacharya, formerly NTPC. So there you go. We shall move straight to the opening address by the President of the Bengal Chamber, Mr. Gautam Ray, for the inaugural session on day 2 of our Indo-Pacific Economic Conclave. Sir.
Good morning to all of you and welcome to the second day of our very flagship event, the Indo-Pacific Economic Conclave. It is the second edition of which we are holding today. Shubhodip has already mentioned about the sudden meeting by the Prime Minister for which our Dr. V. Anant Nageswaran could not be here physically, but as because he has committed, so he will be online at a convenient time, of course within this session. We are really glad to have the gracious presence of Mrs. Cathay Dias, Consul General US. He has only probably a month or so in the city of Kolkata. Welcome you, ma'am, especially to the city of Kolkata. Mrs. Mikiko Tanaka, Director and Head, South and Southwest Asia Office, United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific. She was there with us yesterday also. Thank you, ma'am. Our own Mr. Arnob Basu, the President Designate, Chairperson, IT Committee, Advisory Leader, PwC, and just waiting for 1 or 2 hours to come, he will take over as President. Yesterday it was really very enriching deliberation. Dr. Mitra, he has explained, the Principal Chief Advisor to the Honorable Chief Minister of West Bengal. He has not only explained and given the data and the statistics that how really the state is progressing, what all the investments really is happening on the ground, including the Bengal Silicon Valley, then large-scale data centers. But one very important thing he has told that it is not a sporadic cases. It is behind it, there are building blocks, there are definite policies, and these are outcome of some definite policies which has a priority, which has a focus. We are very, very optimistic, and we want to see a very good result to come in near future. We were also enriched with the deliberation of Consul General of Japan and Australia yesterday here. Now, one of the issue one of the topic what was discussed yesterday, how to really strengthen and formalize our initiative on Association of Indo-Pacific Chamber of Commerces, AIPCC, which has started the journey in the last Indo-Pacific Economic Conclave held last year. We had couple of meetings in between. And yesterday, as I understand, Shubhadeep, if I am not wrong, that the responsibility was entrusted to us. Ultimately, there was a presence from Vietnam. There were presence online from Malaysia. I had a meeting in Bangkok where Bangladesh was also there. And more or less by these couple of meetings, it has been clear that they want this body to be registered in India, and our chamber has been entrusted to take it forward. So definitely another task for the new president and the DG and the committee, and definitely I can see lot of hope and prospect in this initiative. One thing we missed yesterday is the specific discussion on startups, because whenever we talk about technology, whenever we talk about electronics, IoT, AI, startups are playing a major role here. So India has almost 1.14 lakh recognized startups. Out of that, 113 are the unicorns, and India has emerged as a global leader in this initiative. The issue Professor Rai Chaudhary was deliberating yesterday, I was listening. The issue what is coming up is that the standardization. Not the standardization of the startups, but the standardization of the seamless trade payments, digital transformation in payments. These are some of the interactions. These are some of the issues which will definitely come up. There are government initiatives like Atol Innovation Mission provides a platform for creative ideas flourishing, creating jobs and fostering economic growth. India is one of the pioneers. In fact, it has reached to millions and millions of people within the country, abroad, on the unified payment system, RuPay. And I should mention here the recent initiative of central bank digital currency and RBI's introduction of digital rupee. Definitely these are very, very forward-looking and placing India in a different plane altogether in the trade and commerce. There are some innovations also continuously happening. In fact, more than 1100 R&D centers from global giants like IBM, Google, Microsoft, they are operating in this country. Only point I can add from my side that it requires also a strong handholding with manufacturing. Engineering innovation is also important, and that has to be given more and more importance, and particularly in a state where we have seen, Dr. Mitra also yesterday he was mentioning, that a very, very strong presence of MSME. And we know that what exactly they require. They require such standardizations. They require such gateways to really reach to the outer world. So the state probably first or second in number, that's not the question, but there is a very, very strong presence of MSME in the state, and we should have some innovation, engineering solutions and manufacturing innovations which will help SMEs to grow further. So keeping that in mind, we have chosen the topic as strengthening Indo-Pacific partnership through technology collaboration. Indo-Pacific we discussed, technology we discussed, we will be discussing, but the collaboration in today's world probably the most significant and important word. We all know we have differences. We all know we have different priorities, different set of interests, different level of development. Equity is a question which has to be definitely looked into. But ultimately, the collaboration among the countries, among the group of countries are probably showing the pathway today to bring a convergence to ultimately meet the objective of sustainability. If we do not sustain, there is no issue of such discussions on development, whatever may be. So with this, keeping this in mind, and thank you Shubhadeep and the team for making these publications ready, and I welcome you all again, and I believe that today's morning discussion will be very, very fruitful, and I am very confident that we will be able to place ourselves in a important positions and a functional position, and a position where not only the chamber, but it will help the progress of the country and the state also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. You have so very comprehensively set the tone for today's deliberations. May I now request Consul General Kathy Giles Diaz of the United States to please set the ball rolling with her address. This is probably her first, public engagement in Kolkata after taking over, in a business, chamber, of course. She has been with the US mission in NATO in Brussels. She has worked extensively in Japan, Belgium, El Salvador, Washington DC, and she has also, in fact, in one of my previous interactions with her, she was mentioning that she has spent considerable time in Japan as well in her youth, and she brings to the table the last member of the Quad whom we missed yesterday. So over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. To the distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am delighted to be here with you today at the Indo-Pacific Economic Conclave. I thank the Bengal Chamber for inviting me, and indeed one of my first speeches, and for being valued partners of the U.S. Consulate. I arrived, as was noted, just over a month ago, and I'm excited to work with all of you to build upon the strong foundation of friendship and cooperation that I know already exists between our countries and between our organizations. As the most dynamic and fastest growing region on Earth, the Indo-Pacific is an essential driver of America's future security and prosperity. The region is home to more than half the world's population and accounts for 60% of the global GDP, as well as 2/3 of global economic growth. It's truly an economic powerhouse. So today I wanted to talk a little bit about the framework that our work with the government of India, both in multilateral context, but also in the bilateral context, the frameworks we are setting up and working on that is helping drive forward our work in the Indo-Pacific. Since the release of the Biden administration's Indo-Pacific strategy in February 2022, we have strengthened our relationship with allies and partners to advance our common vision for the Indo-Pacific region that is free and open, connected, prosperous, resilient, and secure. Also important to what we do. To put this into practice, one area that I would highlight is the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, which is also known as IPEF. This organization, or this partnership, which combined markets of 14 IPEF countries, which included India, Australia, Japan, the United States, and others, represents nearly 40% of the world's gross domestic product, presenting significant opportunities for collaboration and economic growth. IPEF focuses on forging innovative partnerships across distinct pillars. There's 4 different pillars, which include trade, supply chains, clean economy, and fair economy. I wanted to spend a little bit more time on some recent IPEF achievements in 2 of these areas, supply chains and clean economy. Related to supply chains, we signed the IPEF Supply Chain Agreement in February of this year, Through this agreement, IPEF partners are intensifying cooperation on a range of specific areas, including cybersecurity, best practices in cargo risk assessment, data-driven approaches to supply chain vulnerability, labor and workforce development, and tabletop exercises simulating supply chain disruption. So all really practical work that we're doing to help make us all safer. Under the IPEF Clean Economy Agreement, IPEF partners continue to deepen cooperation to accelerate the transition to clean economies. During the IPEF Ministerial in Singapore, just a few months ago in June, ministers and government agencies, along with investors and innovative project proponents from across the region, gathered to launch the inaugural Clean Energy Investor Forum for IPEF. This allows them to exchange market insights, explore business opportunities, and establish a pipeline of investment opportunities. This first-of-a-kind forum resulted in $23 billion in investment opportunities for sustainable infrastructure and climate technology projects in the Indo-Pacific. During the forum, the partners and the Private Infrastructure Development Group also announced the operational launch of the IPEF Catalytic Capital Fund, which deploys concessional funding, technical assistance, and capacity building support to expand the pipeline of quality, resilient, and inclusive clean economy infrastructure projects. Again, really important developments. IPEF clearly has achieved a lot, but it is not the only forum for our work together in the Indo-Pacific. I'm sure many of you have closely followed the Quad Leaders Summit, which happened last week in Delaware. As Indo-Pacific countries, our Quad partners, Australia, India, Japan, and the United States, are deeply invested in the region's success. Through the Quad, we are supporting the region through practical cooperation on challenges and topics as diverse as maritime security, critical and emerging technologies and cybersecurity, to humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, health security, and climate change. We're working on many, many areas. I'd like to highlight a couple different areas and new announcements were made following the September 21st summit, which just draw your attention to those. Under the Health Security Partnership, the Quad launched the historic Quad Cancer Moonshot, which is a groundbreaking effort to leverage public and private resources to reduce the number of lives lost to cancer in the Indo-Pacific, with an initial focus on cervical cancer, a largely preventable disease that continues to be a major health crisis in the region. To bolster maritime security, another important area, the Quad announced a new regional maritime initiative for training in the Indo-Pacific, or MITRE, to enable our partners to maximize tools to monitor and secure their waters, enforce their laws, and deter unlawful behavior. The Quad also launched the Indo-Pacific Logistics Network pilot project, which will enhance our shared airlift capacity among the four nations and leverage collective logistic strengths to support civilian response to natural disasters more rapidly and efficiently across the region. And in support of our next generation, we launched the Quad Fellowship. This new initiative will award 50 Quad scholarships worth $500,000 to students from the Indo-Pacific to pursue a 4-year undergraduate engineering program at a Government of India funded technical institution. So really good to see that. Now, working together through multilateral formats is critical to our work in the Indo-Pacific, and clearly there is a lot going on, but I would be remiss if I didn't talk about our bilateral relationship between the US and India. On September 21st, as I think you all know, President Biden met with Prime Minister Modi and affirmed the US-India Comprehensive Global and Strategic Partnership, which we see as one of the defining partnerships of the 21st century, which it will deliver on an ambitious agenda to serve the global good. I would encourage you to read the joint fact statement that was released about the partnership earlier this week. There is a lot there, many, many announcements, and has a lot of details about the multifaceted and truly comprehensive partnership. Technology innovation is an important aspect of that. So with that in mind, I will call your attention to several of the initiatives. I know certainly the semiconductor announcement has gotten a lot of attention, but there's a lot else to unpack in that announcement. So a couple things to highlight. The leaders welcomed the US-India roadmap to build safe and secure global clean energy supply chains. In its initial phase, the US and India will work together to unlock $1 billion worth of multilateral financing to support projects for renewable energy, energy storage, power grid and transmissions technology, high-efficiency cooling systems, and zero-emission vehicles. President Biden and Prime Minister Modi also highlighted the success of the Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies, what we call ICET, in deepening and expanding our strategic cooperation across key technology sectors, including space, semiconductors, and advanced telecommunication. Both leaders committed to enhance regular engagements to improve the momentum of collaborations in fields such as AI, quantum biotechnology, and clean energy. And obviously, I think what many of us are watching and really caught many of our eyes closer to home here in Kolkata, they announced, of course, the Global Foundries creation of the GF Kolkata Power Center. I think this is something we're all very excited about. It's good for the region. It will bring jobs, but it will also help build and ensure resilient, secure, and sustainable semiconductor supply chains. So this is all really important work and I think really good to see. The US-India partnership is both deep and wide. The United States is committed to continuing to expanding how we in India can translate our values and our dreams into a much more peaceful, secure, and prosperous future for all peoples. This vision is based on the fundamental fact that United States and India are better off together, and we produce better results together when we work on peace, prosperity, planet, and for our people. That all begins with you. You help translate all of this work. You help put it into practice, and you help make it happen. So I thank you, all of you, for all the work that you do. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to working with you in the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Constable. In fact, you spoke about the practicality and the groundwork that is being done through these trade partnerships. And interestingly, IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which started off with basically focusing on fair economy, supply chain, management issues, clean economy, is also now blossoming into, sort of a trade deal or trade-related discussions where probably at some point tariffs will also come in. You spoke about, and I took copious notes of that, about the joint statement. In fact, I'll go through it. It has been released this week. It will probably give us a lot of pointers as a Chamber of Commerce to focus our own activities in this region, especially because, as the President mentioned, we have started collaborating with other chambers in the region to bring about cohesiveness in business strategy and the business ecosystem. The President spoke about the standardization issues with respect to digital transformation in payments. He spoke about manufacturing and the need for MSMEs being sort of part of the larger value chain in this region. And of course, one very, very sort of passionate focus area for him has been sustainability. Which brings me to the next speaker for today's inaugural session, Ms. Mikiko Tanaka, Director and Head, South and Southwest Asia Office, United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. Madam Tanaka has been working in a lot of projects. She has worked in rural development. She has been working in Guyana. She has worked in Thailand. She has worked in Timor, Pakistan, Benin, Lao PDR, Yemen, and yesterday we were having a discussion on the sidelines. We do look forward to working with UNESCAP going forward, wherever we can add value, especially in the area of manufacturing and MSME integration, and also in the area of entrepreneurship development at the grassroots. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gautam Ray, current president, and Mr. Arnab Basu, president-designate of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries, Ms. Kathy Giles Diaz, U.S. Consulate General of Kolkata, nice to meet you, and Mr. Shubhodip Ghosh, the Director General of BCCNI. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored to speak to this distinguished group of business leaders again from last year on behalf of the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. World leaders have gathered this week in New York in a very sober, actually, UN General Assembly meeting. The UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, opened by saying, "Our world is in a whirlwind. We are in an era of epic transformation, facing challenges unlike any we have ever seen, challenges that demand global solutions." At the Summit of the Future, member states adopted the Pact for the Future after long and very hard negotiations and diplomacy. The pact outlines what governments and people around the world need to do to protect the needs and interests of present and future generations across the three pillars of the United Nations: sustainable development, peace and security, and human rights. There is a whole section in this pact on science, technology, and innovation, and digital cooperation that is pertinent to the theme of this conclave. So I'd like to cite a few points from that pact. Digital and emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, plays a significant role as enablers of sustainable development and are dramatically changing our world. They offer huge potential for progress for the benefit of people and planet today and in the future. Innovations and scientific breakthrough that can make our planet more sustainable and our countries more prosperous and resilient should be affordable and accessible to all. Billions of people, especially in developing countries, do not have meaningful access to critical life-changing technologies. If we are to make good on our promise to leave no one behind, sharing science, technology, and innovation is essential. We must responsibly manage the potential risks posed by science and technology, in particular the ways in which science, technology, and innovation can perpetuate and deepen divides, in particular the gender gap and patterns of discrimination and inequality within and between countries, and adversely impact the enjoyment of human rights and progress on sustainable development. At ESCAP's Asia-Pacific Ministerial Conference on Digital Inclusion and Transformation earlier this month, it was emphasized that comprehensive digital transformation was essential. A comprehensive digital transformation not only involves technological advancement, but also the creation of an inclusive digital society that addresses the needs of all segments of the population. To bridge the digital divide and foster inclusive growth, it is essential to ensure that access to technologies and capacity building efforts are available to everyone. The contributions and role of the private sector are essential in this regard. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, we have witnessed a surge in innovations aimed at tackling one of the greatest challenges and dilemmas of our time, climate change. The Asia-Pacific region is highly vulnerable to climate-related disasters, while as a whole contributing over half of the world's total greenhouse gas emissions. Ironically, developing and small island countries with the lowest carbon footprints are among the hardest hit by the impacts of climate change. The dilemma continues. Rapidly rising electricity demands for digital devices increase carbon emissions. At the same time, smart technologies are reducing carbon footprints in sectors like transportation, energy, and agriculture. Informed and balanced management of technology will be an important factor in business contributions to sustainable and equitable development. Let me share a business example from the Indo-Pacific of innovative technology transforming digital preparedness. Let me see if I can, okay. Highly vulnerable to climate-induced disasters, the Philippines faces challenges in delivering early warning systems to all citizens, especially those without smartphones. Comunidad, a local company, is tackling this through its AI-powered solutions. Their Curbeat platform, which I've projected there, integrates data from sensors, Earth observations, and local communities to provide life-saving warnings. Users can track loved ones in high-risk areas and connect instantly to emergency services, which is crucial in a country without a centralized emergency number. Curbeat stands out in reaching users with basic phones via SMS, ensuring even remote communities are alerted. Community leaders can upload local information to expand its reach. By using AI to distribute warnings in local languages and post alerts on Facebook, Curbeat ensures no one is left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, let's think further how opportunities created by technology can be more equally distributed. According to the World Bank, in 2022, nearly 500 million people in South Asia, East Asia, and the Pacific were still living below the $2.15 per day poverty line. We continue to face a persistent digital divide. In South Asia alone, only 43% of the population had access to the internet in 2021. In the same year, internet access was 65% in the Pacific and 73% in East Asia, which includes Southeast Asia, by the way. Businesses can innovate both high-tech and low-tech to help people cross over the digital divide and get out and stay out of poverty. Regional cooperation can expand technology to people and communities across countries. Copernic in Indonesia is an inspiring research and development lab that has been developing technology to address socioeconomic and environmental challenges. Copernic's approach to technology is really to understand the real pressing needs of marginalized communities and to develop the right tools to meet those needs. They found 3 basic requisites for technology that is useful for people on the margins of development and economic prosperity. Technology has to be simple to use, it has to be affordable, and it has to be easy to maintain and fix. Sustainable development progress is often hindered by fundamental challenges in developing countries, such as lack of access to electricity or clean water. However, this is precisely where technology can bridge the gap and enable transformative solutions. In 2011, this is a while ago, Copernic worked with Drip Tech India to help transfer a low-cost drip irrigation technology developed with Stanford University to small farm holders in Kechla in Odisha. The success of technology innovation in reaching underserved communities does not happen in isolation. Even with the best of intentions, capacities, and resources, multinational corporations from developed countries and businesses in developing countries based in big cities do not understand the nuances of the environment and needs of people living in remote and socially or economically marginalized communities. This disconnect is a hindrance to inclusive markets of essential technology that people from all walks of life can access and afford. It requires cooperation across sectors, particularly among public, private, and research sectors, and effective connections with communities through MSMEs, nonprofit organizations, local governments, or community networks. Chambers of Commerce and Industry have a potential role to play in creating inclusive technology, cooperation, and business models. They can act as facilitators, connecting innovators with communities and producers in production value chains, or connecting larger businesses with MSMEs that are within or closer to these communities. Ladies and gentlemen, innovation is crucial, but it is cooperation that holds the key to scaling technological solutions and making them accessible to everyone. In the Asia-Pacific region, momentum is building up behind digital cooperation efforts. ESCAP's Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative is dedicated to closing the digital divide and accelerating digital transformation through regionally coordinated actions promoting digital technology and applications, digital connectivity, and the use of digital data. The Asia-Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology, or APCTT, is an ESCAP regional institution based in New Delhi and has been fostering partnerships between governments, research and development institutions, private sector, and civil society for transfer, dissemination, and diffusion of environmentally sound technologies among countries in Asia-Pacific. The Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry and IPCC may consider facilitating cross-border business cooperation by creating B2B platforms to connect and scale technologies across the Indo-Pacific region. And it would be great if we can explore from ESCAP collaboration towards that objective. So ladies and gentlemen, as we look ahead, there is no doubt that technology will continue playing a pivotal role in driving the future and economic progress. While the challenges we face are significant and somewhat unknown, technology combined with humanity is the way to sustainable and equitable transformation. Together, by encouraging businesses to adopt sustainable practices and fostering regional cooperation, I am hopeful that innovation and inclusivity go hand in hand. Let me just close before closing, actually show a few more photos. I was searching in the internet, what the innovations that help the poor that are really successful in the world today. And I found this social media site called Mashable that did last year, 2023, the 16 most brilliant pro-poor innovations. I just want to share a few photos just to give you a sense. I thought it was really exciting to see this. So this first one is the shoe that grows. And this is a collaboration between a US nonprofit with, I think it was a Kenyan entrepreneurs. Let me just show you. So this is for, children grow and their feet grow, and you don't have to basically buy shoes every year. Thought this was really cool. It's selling very well. It's on Amazon. Okay. This one is from India. Again, US nonprofit with an Indian medical institution collaboration, the life-saving dot. So this one has iodine in this. So women can put iodine here, like the traditional bindi, and that would provide iodine every day. Another one, oops, sorry. Right, a few more. So the safari seat, this is also from Kenya. All road, very rough, rural terrain. So persons with disabilities can use this wheelchair relatively comfortably. The eco cooler, this is from Bangladesh, using plastic bottles actually. And then this lucky ironfish, this is also on Amazon, but this is from, I think it's South Africa. I'm getting mixed up, it was Africa. But there's iron deficiency, right? So this fish has iron, so when you put this fish in the pot while you're cooking, it actually adds iron. And then the Wonder Bag, this I think was South Africa. Basically, you cook boil, in a pot, and then you put it in this wonder bag, and then without heat, for 8 hours, it keeps that temperature, so it can slow cook. So anyway, these are really exciting innovations, and there's a lot in India and Indo-Pacific too, but basically how to connect people to actually make this work and accessible to the people who need it, this is really the key. And I hope, I'm sure there are examples already, but I hope that could also expand and really, if we can find a way to collaborate, that would be great. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tanaka. That was fabulous. Yes, we are, in fact, into a lot of grassroots projects ourselves on skills and on nursery development, on agriculture. We are working with FPOs. We have had a discussion yesterday, and we are really looking forward to working with SCAP and your team going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, we started off this session with a focus on strategy, how important supply chain issues become in strategy dialogues, moving over to trade, getting into economic partnerships. Obviously, because we're in Kolkata and in Bengal, the impending investment that has been announced is very exciting for all of us. And then, we moved on to the grassroots. How does it all work? How does it actually impact people on the ground? And people who have little or no access to technology, how do you make it available and accessible to them? And probably that's the role that as a Chamber of Commerce we should be playing, and we aspire to play, and we are trying to play. We shall move on to the next session, which will talk about more on as again the President has talked about it, fintech innovation and standardization for seamless trade and payments in the Indo-Pacific. There are some very, very exciting speakers in that session. And of course, in a few minutes' time, we'll have the CEA join us at 11:30 sharp, he said. So may I now request Mr. Arno Basu, President-designate of the Bengal Chamber and Chairperson, IT Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to please not deliver the closing remarks, but looking forward. Arnob.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's indeed a pleasure and a privilege to be here and talking to all of you. As you saw, the question paper is being changed at the last moment, so I'll try and do justice to what he asks me to look at. We have had quite a few deliberations yesterday and today, but I did want to touch upon a few things which I felt is very important to looking ahead, as Shubhadeep mentioned. When we look at the Indo-Pacific, I think we heard about IPEF and the focus that IPEF has on trade, supply chain, clean economy, fair economy, all that is understood. But I think somewhere sitting in India, it becomes very important to understand all of them in the context of the quality of life. The quality of life of an average Indian, that should probably be the center piece of what we are trying to do everything around. And sometimes in our focus on trade, we sometimes tend to overlook that. And I'm actually very, very hopeful with what we heard also from our distinguished guests on the dais, that I think India is taking a leading position in ensuring that many of the work which we are doing in the Indo-Pacific, and of course US as one of the largest economies in the world obviously has a very large role to play in it, and India being probably the most populous country in the world probably would also have a very large role to play in it, that we are working towards a future where we are looking at not just tech for the sake of tech. We keep hearing about this tech partnership for the future in the semiconductor space, but
it's not just about a semicon fabrication unit which is focused on advanced sensing, around communication, around power electronics. Yes, we will have that. But I think the Indo-Pacific has a role to play, as I was speaking yesterday also, on ensuring that we have a resilient supply chain for semicon manufacturing, not only for the Indo-Pacific but for the world. You cannot have a semicon supply chain without the Indo-Pacific. If you cannot think of semiconductors, you can't think of semiconductors today beyond, not just US, but South Korea, Japan, Taiwan. And of course, if you have to think of how semicons have become part and parcel of everything that we do, it is something which will probably have a huge role to play. And the GF Kolkata Power Center would have a very significant role to play going in. I think the other innovation areas where we have been focused on, and again, the Indo-Pacific has a role to play, primarily around zero and low emission products. Now, when we think of connected cars, connected ecosystems, Industry 4.0, artificial intelligence covering everything, this entire data implosion, which is, explosion which is going to happen, that cannot happen without innovation towards clean fuel, innovation towards clean cooling systems. It is very difficult to think of today, how you would handle a data center. It's not just about the power, it's about how you cool it. And today climate change is staring us at our face. We know what happened in Vietnam a few weeks back, right? And that's becoming a trend which is continuing to, impact us. When we look at automated supply chains, when we look at R&D, I want to say, we heard about from Kathy around the biotech piece. Now, on the biotech piece, the advancements are not just in, the way we understand biotech. There are advancements which are being thought of in synthetic biology. There are advancements being thought of in computational biology, which are only possible with the current kind of tech infrastructure which you have. If you are looking at gene mapping and genome biology, it is very difficult to do it without the current kind of technology infrastructure that we have. But it's not just about biology when it comes to biotech. When you go to biomanufacturing, and we were hearing from the President that there has to be a fair amount of push on advanced material science and advanced material R&D, which will allow you to get into biomanufacturing. Without that, you can't get into biomanufacturing. The other thing which we touched upon yesterday and also today is this entire cyber cooperation framework. And if you think of the cyber cooperation framework, it is very quickly becoming a very sectoral construct. It is becoming a very sectoral construct because when you're looking at threat info being shared, when you're looking at vulnerability information being shared and plugged, it is sectoral. When you look at our energy security, when you look at our communication security, cyber cooperation framework within the Indo-Pacific again becomes very, very critical. And the last but not the least, I would probably say in this, is this entire clean energy supply chain, which is again something I touched upon. If you look at it, whether you're looking at agri-tech, whether you're looking at biotech, all of these would need a clean energy supply chain system. The other one, which I'm sure, in West Bengal it becomes even more critical, is how are we looking at MSMEs and what we are doing within the Indo-Pacific or with the Indo-Pacific in mind to ensure that their trade and export finances are available. They're being able to participate in the digital trade ecosystem that we currently have, and they're partly, protected when they're part of that entire agri ecosystem, because a large part of our country is dependent on agriculture. And when we look at, credit availability, when we look at insurance, when we look at crop protection, each of these have a very deep technology underpinning which we have to think of. So in that perspective, I think I'm very hopeful of what we are currently being focused on, both as a country and as a state. But also as a chamber, it's our initiative to be at the forefront of some of these discussions. We understand the role which we have to play in bringing together different parts of the ecosystem to a better India, not just for the corporate India, but a better India for the average Indian. So that's my look forward towards the future. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Arnab. Coming from you as my new boss for the year. So we think that the focus of, one major focus will be on how do we impact positively the quality of life of our fellow Indians. And of course, we do have committees, etc., on biotech. We have a very, very busy IT committee, IT entrepreneurs network as well, and of course our sustainability forum and energy, environment, and water committees, which will continue focusing on the clean energy and the related issues on zero and low emission products. With that, we close this session, but before we do that, and move over to the address by the CEA, Dr. Anant Nageshwaran, we would request the President of the Bengal Chamber to please present tokens of our deep appreciation to both the speakers on the dais, starting with Consul General Kathy Giles Diaz. And to Ms. Mikiko Tanaka. Thank you very much. I think our team is setting up his in. May I request Professor Dr. Ajitaba Rai Chaudhary, Chairperson of our Economic Affairs Committee, to please take this session forward, starting with the CEA's address. The last session was very interesting. Now we are just waiting to have the keynote address by our chief guest, Dr. V. Anantha Nageshwaran. He is the Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India. And we heard him in the last Indo-Pacific conclave. Very interesting speaker, very knowledgeable too. So we are all eagerly waiting to hear on at least its topic is Innovation and Entrepreneurship, Catalyzing Indo-Pacific Growth. So I guess Dr. Nageswaran is there. So welcome, Dr. Nageswaran. Very good morning from us. And so, is he there? Oh, hello. So it's all up to you, Dr. Nageswaran. We are all waiting for your very interesting deliberations.
Thank you very much for your kind words, and I hope all of you can hear me well. So let me share screen here, and I hope you can see the full screen, I hope. So good morning, everybody, and I convey my apologies to all of you and also to the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the distinguished office bearers, for not being able to come in person, which was the original intent. However, I think I would do my best to let you not feel the absence of my physical presence there. While it is somewhat difficult for me to speak about the Indo-Pacific per se, and given that there is Indo as part of the Indo-Pacific, let me share my thoughts on where Indian economy is heading, because Indo-Pacific is a very wide geographical term, and it consists of both advanced and developing economies, or somewhere economies in the middle as well. So without much further ado, I think what we need to realize, and of course some of this may not be necessarily evident if you look at the global boom in stocks and stock markets at the moment, but I think the world is still facing considerable medium uncertainties, medium term. If you look at this chart here, on the left side, you can see that global trade volume growth has been trending down. I think you don't see it very well because of the big spikes and contractions around 2008 and 2020. But otherwise, what you see is, if you look closely, the average growth rates have been trending down. And the same thing can be said with respect to global industrial production volume as well. So effectively, I think because global manufacturing shifted east, and in the case of US, probably somewhat partially to Mexico as well, thanks to NAFTA agreement. I think by and large, and today what we witness in the deindustrialization to some extent, as is being called even by Germans themselves, the deindustrialization or the shift of manufacturing out of Germany, because it is very difficult to imagine that Volkswagen would be contemplating shutting down one of its factories of all places in Wolfsburg in Germany, because Volkswagen, Wolfsburg and Germany were all synonymous with one another in terms of they symbolize the rise of Germany as a global manufacturing power. So things are indeed changing underneath what we see as the buoyancy in financial markets. And global trade restrictions have also risen over the last several years, and many reasons are being advanced: climate change, geopolitical concerns, and more importantly, strategic competitiveness. I think the strategic cooperation has always coexisted with strategic competitiveness, but the balance keeps shifting. While the last 20, 30 years from 1980 onwards until about 2015, it was more strategic cooperation and less strategic competitiveness. Now it is more of the latter, competitiveness vis-a-vis cooperation. That is also going to raise the cost of manufacturing, because inventories have to be maintained much more than what they used to be, because just in time cannot be taken for granted anymore. It is now just in case, because supply chain security, some amount of margin of safety and slack are required, partly because of the sea lanes and passages are no longer safe and secure, but also because nations themselves do not necessarily feel that much more cooperative, but more competitive in terms of their attitude towards each other. So all these factors are, I think, are realities, and they are different from the kind of reality that we got used to in the 35 years between 1980 and 2015, by and large. So the world is indeed changing quite dramatically, and these kind of cycles are not new. The world has gone through these cycles, because if you remember, the world's best period of globalization was between 1885 and 1914, and just thereafter, World War I happened, and then came the boom in Europe, US, and hyperinflation in Europe, particularly in Germany, and then we had the 1930s depression, and then on and off recovery resulting in World War II, etc. So there was a long period of strife, and then post-World War II recovery, countries were still largely segmented and not integrated. Financial markets, global trade were all segmented. There were two clear camps, the Allied forces and then the Soviet Union, etc., behind the Iron Curtain. So it took a long time for globalization to come back in the 1980s. So what we left behind in 1914 came back in 1980 after about 6.5 decades. So I think we could be at the beginning of one such cusp of a new phase. which is different from what we got used to, a phase of global integration in the last, in the 35 years between 1980 and 2015. So putting the global context aside, which is now marked by uncertainties, competition, trade restrictions, active industrial policies, etc., for India, I think more importantly, the post-COVID recovery is well and truly cemented. We have 8.2% in FY24, and before that we had 7%, and before that we had 9.7%. So I think one of the reasons why I think India has been able to do much better compared to itself and compared to other countries is that the COVID management was a very good one, and that is not very widely appreciated, both with respect to the management of the health fallout and the economic fallout. The government of India did a good job, and the calibrated and prudent fiscal and monetary stimulus, which were also withdrawn in time, have given the economy macro stability. And it is the stability that provided the foundation for economic growth and the capital markets performance over the last 4 years. So in some sense, I think it's very important to recognize that stability is not at the expense of growth, but stability provides the foundation for economic growth, which in turn has also propelled corporate earnings and therefore the capital markets performance. On the right side, I think what you see is that consumption growth has remained very stable. But more importantly, gratifyingly, we have capital formation picking up from 27.3% in FY21 to 30.8%, which is an improvement, because second decade capital formation came down because private sector and the real estate sector were not growing. They were undergoing balance sheet adjustments. Exports picked up post-COVID, 18.7% improved to 21.4%. But as I mentioned earlier, export growth is going to be challenging, given that the global trade volumes are not rising, and global growth may likely also be on the lower side compared to what we experienced back in the first decade. India, I think, is a snapshot of some of the important indicators. On the external front, I think, if you look at the current account balance, the dollar liabilities, etc., India is not facing any vulnerabilities because India's foreign currency debt is quite low. And then on the right side, you also see domestic financial markets, or the banking system is much healthier now compared to last decade. Corporates are also in good shape. So there is lending activity, which is growing very well. India had a negative credit gap, which means actual credit growth was below the trend growth last decade, but now that gap is closing. So there is a healthy credit growth. And quality of the fiscal expenditure on the bottom right, you can see that used to be 70-30 between revenue and capital, now it's equal. So I think lately, for example, we have been reading news articles in the Financial Times, for example, that the United Kingdom is looking at treating some of its infrastructure or capex spending as not part of the fiscal spending calculation, which means it may not affect the deficit calculations. And apparently OECD has given its blessing to the UK government to make that kind of distinction between borrowing for operating expenses of the government and borrowing for capital investment. If that kind of yardstick were applied to India, I think what you will see in the last 4 or 5 years, India's massive shift towards capital expenditure then will also not probably, should also not probably be reckoned in the fiscal deficit calculations, and that would paint a very different picture, a much healthier picture of India's fiscal situation, warranting even a credit rating upgrade. If this kind of a treatment were applied to India, what is being contemplated in the case of the UK, for example, as reported in the Financial Times. On the bottom left, of course, you see that India's inflation performance has been quite exemplary. Although food inflation has been on the higher side in the last 5 years compared to the previous 5 years, overall inflation in general in India has been well behaved compared to its own history. And that is one of the reasons why I think, interest rates in this cycle did not have to go beyond 6.5%, and the 10-year bond yield in India, the government bond yield, is also below 7%. And that also is helping cost of borrowing in general. People forget, compared to historical trends, the cost of borrowing in India is much lower, whether it is a housing loan or corporate loans, banking loans, etc. And I think and much credit for that has to go to both the monetary management and fiscal prudence, which has kept the inflation on a leash. So in fact, humans have a tendency not to be able to appreciate the counterfactual, and that is inherent to human nature. But if only the Indian government undertaken massive fiscal stimulus during COVID times, we would now be facing higher fiscal deficits, higher interest rates, and higher inflation. And India's macroeconomic story will not be as stellar, or probably even nowhere near as stellar as it is right now. This thrust on capital expenditure, which I spoke about earlier, is visible. You look at the national highway length, it has grown by a factor of 1.6 times, 1.6x between 2014 and 2024. What it means is that whatever we built between 1947, independence, and 2014, we added 60% of that in the last 10 years. The Vande Bharat number of Vande Bharat trains completely altering the travel experience for Indian middle class and upper middle class passengers. Railway electrification, addition to installed power generation capacity, which is not shown here in this chart. The turnaround time in Indian ports, some of you may have read journalist Swaminathan Iyer talking about it in his recent column yesterday or day before, how India's turnaround time in Indian ports are now even matching some of the East Asian ports. Of course, we have quite a bit of a distance to catch up with China, for example, but nonetheless, the improvement in India's situation compared to its own history has been remarkable. India built about 74 airports between independence and 2014, and that number was doubled in the last 8 years. And we have covered these in the economic survey last year and this year, last January in 2023, and also in July 2024, the economic survey. Thanks to GST, etc., the waiting time for trucks transporting goods has really come down by a factor of almost 8 in the last several years. So all of these things have boosted the supply side capability of the Indian economy, and that is also another factor. And I think we need to document this. The improvement in supply side capability of the Indian economy has also played a very big part in keeping inflation on a leash. As I said, we don't appreciate the counterfactual, and it's human nature to take what has been achieved for granted and look for more improvement, further improvement, because past always becomes dimmer and dimmer as time progresses and the memories fade. But and then people look forward to the next step and improvement, and in the process we fail to give adequate recognition to what's been achieved, whether it is Jan Dhan Yojana financial inclusion, whether it is Aadhaar, the direct benefit transfers during COVID times, the vaccination track record, and the physical infrastructure creation, and which is showing up in the improvement in port handling capacities, installed power generation capacity, particularly renewable energy. All these things are taken for granted, but I think all these things are going to serve us in good stead in the coming years in terms of being able to maintain a very steady growth rate of the Indian economy in the next several years. Nonetheless, as I mentioned earlier, given the global situation, which is going to be quite challenging, how does India grow? I think the answer is that India has to find domestic sources of growth, domestic catalysts for growth, and that is what I will talk about in the next 10 minutes or so. We have, in the economic survey that we brought out in July, after the new government was formed and before the budget, we have identified key challenges or path forward for India to sustain a growth rate of 6.5 to 7 or possibly even more in the coming years, notwithstanding the global challenges. So we have to generate productive employment. We have to address the skill gap to be able to generate the employment. That is, employability has to go up for employment to happen. Agricultural sector is still very important, and it has got potential to generate entrepreneurship and employment. while providing food security for India and the world. Regulatory requirements for MSMEs, especially SMEs, small and micro enterprises, have to come down if they have to become an important job creating engine. And then, along with all of these, we have to ensure that our energy mix slowly moves towards and gradually moves towards non-fossil fuels. And the important thing I did not mention earlier, but I think a challenge for India is that when China was making its own transition journey, development journey, from being a low-income country to a middle-income country today, from 1980s onwards, China did not have to worry about the China challenge, whereas India has to worry about the China challenge because of the massive strides that China has made in manufacturing, especially both low-tech and high-tech, etc., and the availability of skilled population. All these things have made China an important player in global manufacturing. And developed countries are finding it difficult to compete, and so is India. So how is India going to both tap into China's achievements and handle the China challenge? And this is a challenge that is faced by many countries in the world. We have to, deepen the corporate bond market is a slightly narrow focus. I think what we wanted to do is to make sure that the Indian financial sector is capable of supporting growth, supporting energy transition, and that requires both the bond market, the capital market, and the banking sector to fire as twin engines. We can't ride on just one engine, given India's size. Europe may have grown in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s purely on the back of strong banking system. The United States made the leap from banking system to capital markets. I think India, given its size, and none of these countries have India's size. And China, for example, has relied a lot on its own domestic banking because it is a very actively government-led economy. But India, given its large private sector and experience in banking and capital markets in the last 40 years, I think needs to nurture and grow both engines of financing, capital markets and the banking system. And that is how it will ensure efficient financial resource allocation to the most productive sectors. I'll first tap into agriculture. India has very fragmented land holdings, and I think we need to find ways to consolidate those lands. And I think the answer lies, of course, we're starting with land titlings, digitization, etc. But more importantly, state governments also have to facilitate land consolidation because productivity cannot be improved unless the small holdings become economically viable holdings, and that should be at least minimum 4 hectares, whereas the Indian average is only about 1 hectare. It used to be 2.8, it has come down to 1 hectare, and that could be one of the reasons why agricultural production growth also has slowed down in the post-Green Revolution era. So I think India needs one more agricultural revolution, and that has to start with the land consolidation. That will improve agricultural yield quite a bit. I think if we have to even reach the global average, we will be able to produce enough to feed Indians and also the world. And in today's context, being able to feed the world is an important geopolitical and geostrategic advantage as well. I think if we are able to not just meet the global average, but even become the global best in class in maize, cotton, and rice and pulses, the amount of production that can go up will be huge. Of course, it will have implications for food inflation. So farmers will need some insurance, and also more importantly, farmers will need access to global markets. So I think we need to become much more predictable and transparent and consistent and stable with respect to our policies affecting farmers' incomes. We need to give them the freedom to sell to whomsoever, whatsoever prices, and also what the market demands. And we should find different mechanisms to be able to compensate urban and rural consumers of agricultural and food products so that without upsetting the farmers' terms of trade. When it comes to manufacturing and small and medium enterprises, They are important, as I mentioned earlier, they're important engines of employment creation. That is how Japan, Germany, Switzerland, and continental Europe grew. I mean, even Italy and France, etc., Spain. So I think we need a small and medium enterprise sector. In the economic survey, we have talked about India having to create 8 million jobs for the next 10 to 12 years per annum. 80 lakhs. I think how that is going to happen. How can it can't be done only by large enterprises. Large enterprises, by and large, will rely more on capital and also and use a limited amount of labor. But SMEs will use more labor because their ability to raise capital is limited, their cost of capital is higher. But the labor that they have to hire will also have to be productive and skilled. Otherwise, they can't compete with capital intensive firms. So, skilling is an important component of boosting employability and therefore boosting employment. The other thing is that, India has still, I think we have made a lot of progress, but India still has a large number of small enterprises, small and very few large enterprises and very few large companies. We still have too many nano and micro enterprises. And that is partly because the legacy of earlier policy framework, which was well-meaning, that it encouraged small industries by reserving production for them. But whenever we give concessions based on size thresholds, it creates a perverse incentive for enterprises to stay below that size threshold to be able to enjoy those concessions and advantages that the governments of the day provide, union or state governments. So, contrary to our expectations, the support systems, rather than encouraging or incentivizing or motivating small firms to grow larger, they feel that the larger they become, they will lose the concessions and therefore stay below the size threshold so as to continue to be able to enjoy the various concessions available to them, interest subsidies, easier credit terms, maybe waiver of some compliance requirements, etc. So all these things, we have created too many small, micro, nano enterprises and too little large enterprises. So deregulation is an important way to boost their appetite for growth. And second element of boosting the number of small and medium enterprises from micro and nano is also the skill and management capabilities of the SME entrepreneurs, because they know their markets very well, they know their customers very well, but when it comes to financial management, human resource management, etc., small and medium entrepreneurs are relatively untrained or undertrained, and that can be a huge value unlock if targeted training can be given to them in these areas. So both have to go together. I think the emphasis on management capabilities training is equally important. They need successful mentors to guide them and counsel them on an ongoing basis. I give you some examples of the deregulation that needs to happen. I think the building land use regulations, the setbacks, the floor space, low floor space, parking requirements, etc., all reduce the amount of land available in the land scarce country, reduce the amount of land available for building a factory. And once the employment rises above a particular threshold, then what happens is that the law mandates so many other facilities, and the cost per employee cost of operations goes up significantly. I think these numbers need to be raised by orders of magnitude so that our small businesses can grow into medium size, 500,000, 2,000 workers. Some of these requirements may perhaps are better served by making them a requirement at much higher thresholds than what we have today, and ensuring at the same time certain minimum facilities that employees would need to have decent working conditions. But there is a trade-off between the two, and there's a good balance to be struck between the two. And right now we may be erring too much on one side, and that needs to be corrected. I mentioned about deregulation, and this is an example comparison with East Asia. floor space ratio, car parking space mandate, which is much higher for a small country, but large country with a low per capita vehicle ownership. Our requirements for the amount of space to be set aside for car parking is much more than even what Singapore and Hong Kong mandate. And the implications are shown up in the cost of production for Indian businesses. And there are multiple other regulations that we have. Some of them may not be necessarily, enforced today. That's okay, but they still remain on the statute books. So they can, therefore, be dormant weapons to be used against businesses. So forever, I think the businesses remain wary of the inspection regime, even though many of these things may be redundant, may never be enforced, etc. But the fact that they remain in the law books is a source of concern and act as a dampener. So we need to focus on deregulation and training. And also I spoke about, so that is one way so if we deregulate properly and substantially, not only in the union government space, and more importantly, I think many of these regulations are in the domain of state governments. They implement them. They are the implementing agencies and they provide the inspection agencies. So while the laws and the rules and regulations may be written in the central act, the implementation machinery is in the hands of state government. So, and that is the way to enable these small and medium enterprises to grow bigger so that they can absorb more labor. But then that labor has to be equipped and skilled. And I think the good news is that I think India is now able to send more of its children into schools and colleges. People in the 15 to 29 year age bracket, I think if you look at rural India, only 2.4% went to college in 2000, but now 10.8% go to colleges. In 2000, only 17.9% of rural children went to completed the schooling. Now it is 42.9%. So I think there is plenty of improvement in the enrollments. That is no longer an Indian challenge. Now it's about learning outcomes. That is what we need to focus on. And that's a sign of progress because we are now putting behind us concerns about enrollment. We are now focusing on outcomes, learning outcomes in schools and colleges. So when a problem, quality of the problem or the nature of the problem changes, that is also a sign of progress. On the right side, what you see is, of course, the enrollment ratio in colleges, 6.7% was the enrollment. In 2000, now it is 28.4%. And the ratio between women and men, which used to be 77 to 100, now it's 97 to 100. I think women are very, very quickly closing the gap with men in enrolling themselves in higher education. And it is happening again more so in rural India. So I think the payoffs to some of these improvements will show up in economic growth in the coming years. The employability of Indians has improved. I mean, it was 1/3 based on a test conducted by CII and VBox together. It's available on the internet. You can see it. The CII VBox employability test. Only 1/3 passed in 2014. Now it is 51.3%. But which means still nearly 1 in 2 are not employable. So we have made progress, but we also have much more milestones to cover. The journey is still, the road ahead is still long. The distance to be covered is still long and vast. And there are also restrictions on women in the workforce. I think while definitely to encourage more women to join the workforce, we need safety on the streets, safety in the workplace, stringent laws and consequences against harassment, etc. We also need deregulation because many of the areas are restricted for women to participate in, which is now somewhat anachronistic given the fact that women are able to do many activities that were deemed unsafe or unsuitable for them, but now they are excelling in every space, including in the battlefront and so on. So therefore, I think to hold women back by saying some of these occupations are not suitable for them is not particularly the right thing to do if you want to boost women labor force participation rate. As far as the artificial intelligence is concerned, I think it can be a positive, but we don't know yet. I think it's a long way to call it a positive force. But right now, in fact, we should be more concerned about the short-term consequences, which can be, AI can be, while on the one hand enhancing productivity and boosting profitability, it also may end up displacing labor and eroding the labor share of income. So I think we should be very mindful of the short-term consequences. And I think here we should remember industrial revolutions eventually transformed today's developed countries, but while they were ongoing, the process of transition was particularly painful for the labor force. And now India again has a much bigger challenge given its size and given the fact that labor is India's strength. Therefore, there has to be a better balance between deployment of technology and deployment of labor. I think we need to be very cautious, and we need to also have approach this issue of labor and technology balance with a huge amount of social responsibility. And some of it can also hurt the interest of businesses itself down the road, because the slower the growth in employment and labor income, the slower will be aggregate demand, and businesses will not be able to sell what they produce. And global markets are also challenging. So in some sense, while deployment of technology and substituting labor with capital or technology might be profitable in the short run, in the medium run, it can be a self-destructive pursuit. So I think we need to be very mindful of what we are doing here when we also follow the trend and the fashion of the day in deploying technology everywhere. We have to strike a better balance, not only for social stability and economic stability, but also in our own enlightened self-interest for the medium term. The China challenge is important. China has continued to grow its exports. In fact, its exports have never been higher than they are now. U.S. sanctions, U.S. restrictions have also diverted China exports to other countries. So the export engine of China is humming, which means it affects the domestic manufacturing plants of many countries. India is no exception. And therefore, how do we compete in a world where China remains the manufacturing colossus? Particularly for India, I think the import of capital goods is very high in its various imports from China. So that is why the trade balance in India, between India and China, which is about $90 billion in favor of China, I think, and the bulk of it is coming from capital goods, which means India's downstream production is dependent on imports of equipment and machinery from China. So I think that is why I think the economic survey opened up the discussion on the question of how do we balance dependence on trade and dependence on, and probably inviting capital from China. It is not that there are no challenges on either side. I think there are formidable challenges on both sides, but I think it's important to figure out how to reduce the dependence and vulnerability, at the same time generate domestic capability and know-how and strength, at least for the medium term. And that is the ultimate challenge that India has to figure out. Climate change is a global phenomena, and I think temperatures are rising, and they are by and large anthropogenic. But the transition has to be done with care, because public policy is about recognizing that there are trade-offs everywhere. So, for example, when we talk about dependence on Gulf countries for crude oil imports, we also should recognize that the energy transition will depend on many minerals and metals and rare earths, which are either produced or processed in China substantially. So, de-risking of energy sources may end up creating new sources of risk. Therefore, the pace and the intensity of energy transition has to be calibrated, has to be careful, and not only energy security, but overall national security has to be kept in mind when we undertake energy transition. It cannot be, therefore, climate change or climatism cannot be a religion. It has to be pursued with a lot of awareness of trade-offs and consequences and unintended consequences, etc. Because when I say there are consequences of the pace with which we pursue energy transition, we should remember that Indian government the governments in the country, union and state, rely on the sale of petrol and diesel for a lot of tax revenue, 7.5 trillion rupees, 7.5 lakh crores. On the left side, you can see that the Indian Railways earns 50% of the revenue from carrying coal. So the sooner we get rid of these fossil fuels, then we will lose the opportunity to earn these revenues and the fiscal balances will be affected. And banks which have lent to thermal power plants will also have to take a hit on their assets, etc. So there are multiple consequences, and the workers who are working in coal mines and power plants, etc., will have to be relocated and retrained, and many of them uh, may not be possible to train them. They may not be able to relocate. These are all social. There are social dimensions to it. And therefore, I think energy transition has to be pursued with a lot of care and a lot of consideration for side effects, collateral damage, and all encompassing costs. Because many a time in the literature and global discourse, we hear about the cost of inaction, but there is a considerable cost to action as well on climate change and energy transition. We need to be mindful of the two, and we have to, as the Chinese saying goes, you have to cross the river by feeling the stones. And I think India has also much to offer because when it comes to climate change, we should not merely be agenda takers from the developed world when they tell us to worry about carbon dioxide or greenhouse gas emission, because our way of living and our way of using land to feed animals is much better because we don't use food versus feed balance in India is much better. Because, for example, it takes 100 times as much land to produce 1,000 kilocalories of meat compared to plant-based alternatives. And that is what the West is doing. And, land is a very scarce commodity for India. In G20, we have the highest per capita density of population. And renewable energy requires a lot of land. So, therefore, land has to be explicitly costed. When we consider the price of per kilowatt hour energy generated by renewable energy versus conventional energy generation, I think the cost of land has to be factored. And most of the cereals grown in the West end up going to animals, and then they in turn end up consuming the animal as a food. So there is a double consumption of energy here. So when we talk of renewable energies and energy transition, alternative sources of energy, in this discourse, there is a certain indifference or neglect of energy demand itself. And some of the ways of living in Western advanced societies are a cause of higher energy requirement, and they are energy inefficient. And then now on top of all this, we also have the artificial intelligence and crypto mining and data centers requiring huge amounts of energy. So I think there is a little bit of inconsistency and double standards in what they are telling us to do and what they are doing themselves by generating completely extremely onerous requirements on new energy, and then trying to make the transition to renewable energy within a single generation, which has never happened. At the same time, doing very little to curb energy consumption demand. In fact, if anything, contributing or worsening or compounding the energy demand problem as well simultaneously through AI data centers and mining, crypto mining, etc. I think there is a complete need to rethink the entire approach to energy transition, and India can be the leader in setting the narrative and the agenda on how this has to be pursued, mindful of the various inconsistencies and unintended consequences in the current approach to energy transition and dealing with climate change. So summarizing all of this, I think, as I mentioned earlier, I think while we have challenges, which is not a surprise, we are still a young, low-income country, and we have a large population. Therefore, there will be challenges. There will be much more milestones to cross before we become an advanced economy. But I think we should not underestimate the progress made. That is why I spent some time talking about the supply side improvements, the way we handled the COVID, and then the way we have created infrastructure and also helped improve the efficiency of the Indian economy. I think that is why the growth rate is now somewhere between 6.5% and 7% on a steady state basis. Some agencies, in fact, forecast a much higher growth rate for India. We, in the economic survey, have taken a slightly more cautious line because of global factors and because when we wrote the economic survey, the monsoon was still at the early stage. So I think we will achieve a good growth rate, closer to 7%, between 6.5 and 7, and on a steady state basis, on the back of all the good things we have done in the last 10 years or so, financial inclusion, direct benefits transfers, GST, insolvency and bankruptcy code, public digital infrastructure, and physical infrastructure creation, etc., and the ease of doing business. In all these, we have a long way to go, but what we have done already will enable us to grow at the minimum as a baseline case, at least 6.5% in real terms, 11% in nominal terms per annum. So I think that is a very good achievement in the current global context. And if on top of that, if we can address some of these things which we discussed in the last half an hour, agriculture, small and medium enterprises, deregulation, boosting the management capability, and managing our energy transition in a cautious and calibrated manner, deregulate the economy, skilling our workforce, etc., then I think our potential to grow will go up to 7.5 to 8% rather than 6.5 to 7%. I think the promise is very good. The path ahead is very bright. There are challenges. We should basically be open both to India's potential and promise while being mindful of how challenging and difficult the complex the task is. So I think the path to progress starts with the recognition and realization of the complexity of the world we live in and the pervasive uncertainties. If we therefore take our steps forward carefully while being mindful of all of this without getting carried away, at the same time staying in confidence and being able to maintain this right balance, I think the future is very bright and secure for India. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nageswaran. It's a very enlightening speech. You have touched upon probably whatever is needed, that the domestic sector will be very important for future growth, and we have to be very careful about how the land problem can be solved, how the MSME, they can be given some kind of a boost, especially balancing between technology and job creation. The need for deregulation. You pointed out very clearly that deregulation has to be in almost all kinds of factor markets. You mentioned many of them. And then it's kind of inclusive growth which you talked about, be it gender, like women, more participation, and then how the employment creation, job creation can help, especially in the light of skilling, more education, so that more and more those who are left out can be brought into the picture. And then obviously the China challenge. China didn't face a challenge, but India faces a China challenge. I appreciate that kind of philosophy. And so overall it's a very compact picture which you have drawn. We learnt a lot. Do you have time for some questions? Very few, maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think we have just 1 second. Let me just check my calendar and see how how much of time I have. So we have today is I can be around for the next 8 to 10 minutes. We are 22 minutes past 12 on my clock. I can be online for another 8 to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, we'll try to limit it to 5 minutes. So if you have very focused and pointed questions, you can ask Dr. Nageswaran. Yes. Microphone, please. Just self-introduce so that Dr. Nageswaran knows who is asking the question.
Yeah, I am Shubhit Chakraborty. I am a former president of this chamber and the ex-MD and CEO of Exide. I have a very focused question for you. In your deliberations, you have not talked about the income inequality challenge, and how do you propose to address that? Thank you.
No, thank you for the question. I think I spent a lot of time on the balance between technology and labor, and that was a direct issue. That was directly linked to inequality, because if you look at the last 3-4 years, corporate profitability growth has been extremely good, but labor employment growth and labor compensation growth have been relatively more muted. They have done well, but not as well, nowhere near as well as corporate profitability. And that is why I spend a lot of time talking about the importance of finding the right balance between technology deployment, capital deployment, and labor deployment. So technology has to be labor augmenting rather than labor displacing. And more importantly, when it comes to addressing inequality, recently research relating to China, as surveys taken of Chinese population, asked them the questions about how they perceived inequality. I think they basically, similar to what happened in the US, Chinese citizens, the Chinese households, which responded to the survey, said that they had no problems with, rich people or wealth in general. But what they want to see, of course, is that there is a fairness in the system and that everybody has a fair shot at becoming richer. So if you measure inequality on a static basis, for example, let's say today if I have 100 rupees and someone else has zero, and therefore inequality is very high, and tomorrow the position flips, he or she has 100 rupees and I have zero, the static measure of inequality will still be the same. But there has been a churn. My 100 rupees is now in somebody else's hands and vice versa. What you want is the mobility, is the progress. So static measures of inequality do not take that into consideration. We need to make sure that there is progress and mobility and that everybody has a fair shot at becoming wealthier. And for example, in the last, if you look at the data in the last 3-4 years, the amount of equity holdings in India, stock market holdings, even at income levels below 5 lakhs, has grown substantially, and which is not the case in the developed world. In fact, bulk of the equity ownership, stock market ownership, even in the United States, is concentrated in the higher income categories, whereas in India, it's much more equally distributed, much more comparatively. And that's a good thing. So I think, while we understand that inequality is jarring and beyond a point, it is a threat to social stability. We need to be clear that what is more important is fairness rather than inequality, because at the common person's level, they appreciate that there are reasons for some differential to exist, but they need to make sure that it is fairly earned. And second, opportunities have to be there for mobility to happen and for the churn to happen. And I think in that case, inequality can be managed and even harnessed to better everyone's prospects. Thank you.
Well, we can just have maybe one more question.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Jalan, and then.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Vivek Jalan. I am the chairperson of the Fiscal Affairs and Taxation Committee in Bengal Chamber. You spoke about deregulation. Would it also include more simplification and equity in laws with special focus on tax laws?
When I speak about deregulation, I think, and also simplification, it includes simplification. It includes all statutes, all acts and legislation, whether it is tax or non-tax. Okay. And the government indeed has announced it in the budget. I mean, the Honorable Finance Minister did announce the simplification of direct taxes, and then GST code is being examined, and the Jan Vishwas 2.0 will be launched, etc. So the government is, in fact, the budget of 24-25, which was passed by the Parliament in July this year, I think actually takes cognizance of many of these issues and have taken very important and significant steps in the direction of these issues and priorities that I outlined in my presentation. And tax law simplification, it was mentioned in the budget speech as well, and I think the work also has commenced in the ministry in delivering on that promise made in the budget. Thank you.
Okay, the last question,
One
Dr. Nageshwaran. One more, yes, if you can just introduce yourself.
Dr. Nageshwaran, this is B.B. Chatterjee. I'm a past president of the chamber. The challenge of cooperation between the center and the states to make all this happen. Any thoughts on that, please?
I think that's a good question. I think states have a natural incentive to undertake many of these things, given that states compete with each other for investments and for talent as well. So, and I think there are mechanisms wherein states interact with the center through at the level of bureaucracies, at the level of political executive as well, because the Niti Aayog governing council has all the chief ministers as ex officio members. And the GST Council provides a forum for all finance ministers to meet as well. So I think, while definitely, I think the center-state cooperation mechanisms do exist, and that does happen. I think sometimes we may be somewhat misled by headline stories of political differences, which they exist. But I think underneath there is a degree of cooperation and coordination that does happen, both at the level of the bureaucracy and the political executive. And if it intensifies, then of course the room for achieving many of these things, which now actually are more in the realm of states, whether it is education sector, labor market reforms, deregulation for SMEs, etc., agriculture, all of these things actually have to happen at the level of state governments, while tax laws, etc., direct taxes, especially because indirect tax is now governed by the GST Council, where states have a big role to play. So, in that sense, I think there is cooperation that happens.
Thank you. In fact, we don't have more time for questions. Dr. Nageshwaran, it's a very comprehensive and very stimulating speech. We will really be very happy to host you in person soon. And I hope you will have time to come and enlighten us in near future.
I look forward to that as well myself. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so although we are running a bit delayed, but it's completely worth it, because we got the CEA speaking to us and deliberating on his insights for almost an hour, and that's pretty much a significant time that he has dedicated to this conclave. Without further ado, I just quickly move on to the next session. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we have very diligently and worked pretty hard to curate this panel together, and we are very, very privileged and excited to present you today this panel, because all of them are physically with us, which is a huge thing. And once I announce the names, you will understand that this is a panel of galacticos in the space that we are going to contemplate and deliberate on. So I announce the names. Professor Dr. Ajitabo Raichaudhuri remains in the dais. He will be moderating the session. He doesn't need any more introduction. That's why I'm just not doing it for the sake of it. We have with us Mr. Balaji Rajagopalan. He is the Chief Technology Officer of State Bank of India, flown all the way from Mumbai. Thank you, sir. If you could please come up on the dais. Next up, we have Mr. Ratan Kumar Kesh as Interim Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Bandhan Bank Limited. We have Dr. Raj Rajesh, Director, Department of Economic Policy and Research of Reserve Bank of India. Good morning, sir. We have Mr. Siddharth Prashar. He is the DGM of GVLA Business, Large Account Business Group, Tally Solutions Private Limited, the largest fintech accounting company that India has. Next up, we have two more interesting panelists. Introducing them, I would need a few seconds. We have with us Mr. Raj Jain. Mr. Raj Jain is the Managing Director and CEO of RS Software. RS Software, as you are aware, that it's a Kolkata-based technology company, but a global leader in providing payment technology solutions. In fact, RS Software specializes in delivering innovative digital payment platform and services to financial institutions worldwide. And they were the pioneers in developing the UPI framework for NPCI, which has transformed the digital payments in India. So all the Google Pay and the Phone Pay that we do seamlessly these days, they are behind it. And I also have the final panelist. Allow me to introduce him, Mr. Karthik Srinivasan. He is the founder and CTIO of Zixu. Zixu is driving innovation in digital payment solutions. Zixu is an Australian company specializing in seamless real-time financial services and payment platforms. Mr. Srinivasan has flown all the way from Perth, Australia, making it truly an Indo-Pacific economic conclave of an international standard. So without further ado, I would request Ajitavar Chaudhary sir to take the session proceedings forward. We have an hour, sir, kept for this panel. Kindly accommodate within that. Thank you.
Well, we are running short of time, but I don't want to deprive any of you. The point is, given the short time, we will devote about, say, 5 to 6 minutes for your bullet points, and then we'll open it to the floor, and you can have questions. I mean, this open floor really gives a lot of, good questions from them. This session is on fintech innovation and standardization for seamless trade and payments. And we will talk on leveraging tech and infrastructures, standardization process, what are the fintech innovations, and then how the global digital payment system can be integrated. Now, very quickly, problems which will be touched upon, I guess, there is this question of data protection and security. Whenever you go globally, that's a big thing. Interoperability. Whenever you go Indo-Pacific, not India, there are problems of standards, so interoperability will be a big issue. There will be a question of inclusion. We want to include in this digital age common citizen, gender, agriculture, MSME, all these are important. We need transparency. More transparency is the demand of the day for collaboration and trust. Then we must have a remediation process so that if we have some kind of a dissatisfaction, there should be process of remediation. And then the question of governance. It's not a question, governance of one country that will matter. It will be a governance which needs some kind of a coordination among different governments of different countries. So that's a challenge itself. So given that, I will now request Mr. Balaji Rajagopalan, who I think will speak something on fintech and digital payment, something overlap between the two. Okay, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Somebody was talking about equality and all. So technology has been the forefront to get identity for every individual, every citizen. Getting an identity for every citizen makes every citizen can contribute for the nation as such. So starting from identity, irrespective of whatever language, whatever background you come from, it gets an opportunity for you to get a SIM card. Without a SIM card, you can't open a bank account. Without a bank account, you don't have the empowerment and dignity to get the income. A salary account person will be able to get a loan. A farmer, an individual who doesn't have any background about getting into the corporates, the identity helps the individual to get the credits. The credits happening in the system helps you get a credit. So look at the contribution of technology. The digital platform infrastructure of the country has played a significant role in terms of the identity layer, starting from every individual, whether it's a retail customer or a corporate customer, a clear payment layer, which talks about empowering every individual to get banking low-cost operations, a data layer which is secured, which also means that based on the consensus data can be shared. So the India DPI is one of the major catalysts to achieve the innovation and the growth for the future of the country. India being one of the fastest economy in the world, it's extremely important that every nation, every individual is being contributing for this factor. So starting from onboarding to various products and services, you consider any industry, technology plays a crucial role for quick onboarding, instant customer creation, instant account creation or product creation. Imagine if you want waiting for a SIM card. Will you want to get it in 5 minutes, 2 minutes, or will you want to wait for 2 hours in a paper-based journey? The kind of digital transformation that's happening in the country has seen a huge, for example, retail transactions. 70% of transactions in the country are through digital payments. Of course, in terms of identity, 97, 98% of the country people have their identity in terms of Aadhaar. So this plays a significant catalyst for future growth. When it comes to, again, in terms of technology, again, since the topic is more about on seamless integration and for the Indo-Pacific, you have huge opportunities for improving the overall efficiency, improving the customer experience. Starting from onboarding. If you talk about trade finance, if you talk about trade in various transactions, there's a lot of disjointed systems. Importers, exporters, banks, insurance companies, the various parties, shipping agencies, insurance, getting the end-to-end visibility becomes a challenge. When it comes to export, customers are expected to submit the documents within 21 days. Every document of trade finance is a multi-page document. And banks have huge opportunities challenges in terms of doing this, getting the right documents. So when a customer places documents, submits the documents, are we ensuring that they're all upfront validations, or is it post-factor? So going back and forth doesn't help. So you can correlate to any industry, whether it is trade, you talk about any industry, supply chain finance, you talk about automobile industry, healthcare industry, in all these areas, there's a huge opportunity to make it instant customer service. And when it comes to seamless, it also means that your system should be having integratable, interoperable, which are surround systems. Like when you talk about cross-border fund transfer, it's extremely important that you have well connected. Many cases, there is a lot of waiting period for documents to be submitted. The supply chain finance management is there. They're not integrated to the ERPs. For example, there's a due date, and the extension has not happened. So there's a follow-up required. When there are supposed to be extensions, we need a follow-up. So imagine the ERP systems are integrated to the subsystems. Then there's an auto alert, there's auto escalation, there's an auto information which is being passing through and seamlessly as such. Touching upon the AI part, a lot of people are talking about AI, I just want to share. There's an initiative called Bashini, which is there in terms of education for everybody. The challenge of barriers of language is eliminated by Bashini kind of rule, where every government digital services, you have a text speech, where the language translation is extremely important, irrespective of whatever background you come from, it helps you to perform any digital government services. You have a lot of learning documents for the nation's welfare in terms of education as such. Right from onboarding to various customer services, if there's a language translation, for example, if you have account opening form, if you have in your local form, the customer will be able to get the account. So language is extremely important. Similarly, when you submit a document, you go to a bank, you go to any organization, you get an identity document. Imagine there's a DigiYatra in the airport. Same thing is happening for everywhere. How will I get a quick process part of it? So documents being submitted, when a customer submits the documents, can I realize the document classification, which document it is? What is the information? Can I annotate the fields? When it comes to trade finance, 100 pages documents. You talk about import, export, LC, bank guarantee, every type of document has different types of documents. There is no standard format. Yeah, thank you. So when it comes to cognitive capabilities, again, translation, email classification, facial recognition, in terms of co-browsing, so a large amount of opportunities. So when it comes to Vikshit Bharat, again, technology plays a crucial role in terms of the improvement of the nation, in terms of the overall sustainability part. Cyber security is extremely important. Data privacy, data security is nothing, extremely important. We have made the public road of the Amazon, Google coming into the country's region. We don't want data to cross across the layers. So ensuring that the ecosystem, the technology right way of doing it, seamless process automation, regional collaboration. That's why we are talking about how do we get an alternate of SWIFT. with the low-cost payment systems, and with the integration, collaboration of the regional collaboration, I'm sure we'll reach the Vikshit Bharat, maybe why not 2047, we can even reach even earlier. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Rajagopalan. It gives a very succinct view about what fintech innovations can really do to the common person. Well, let me go to the next speaker, Mr. Ratan Kumar Kesh, Managing Director and CEO of Bandhan Bank. I guess you will speak on, again, fintech and maybe standardization, something you can talk about. Okay. 5 minutes to begin.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us here. So quickly, I think Balaji spoke about equality, and he also spoke about a little bit about empowerment, and I will just touch upon these two and then move on to as to what we do and how trade can be relevant, and then talk a little bit about fintech, and then fintech in trade as a specific sort of topic. So, equality is, it probably does not necessarily stop at inclusion. I think equality demands empowerment. And in the finance domain, I think I just saw a glimpse of Mr. Ghosh. He was here. He's our founder and ex-MD and CEO, and he's a past president of BCCI as well. So what Bandhan Bank has demonstrated is that by giving that small financial empowerment to a women in the society at the bottom of the pyramid, you can do a transformation in that family and create a more cascading impact in the larger society. I think that, to me, is one of the classic examples of what empowerment can do, and therefore remove inequality from the society. And I'll give a simple example. We actually had on a foundation day on 23rd of August. We created what we call it as an impact pavilion. We invited 9 of our customers to come and present their products. And all of our customers, almost 1.3 crore, are actually women. They're at the bottom of the pyramid. They would have started off with 8,000 to 10,000 rupees of loans. And this lady, Mrs. Maiti from Nodia district, she started off with some 15,000 rupee loan 10, 12 years back, and she had displayed proudly in that impact pavilion that she's got a contract of 28 crores for her product from a Singapore government. Now that is the power of creating that little financial empowerment few years back, which resulted into her creating her capabilities to create a product which is now a world-class product. Therefore, to me, this whole financial inclusion, which used to talk about opening a savings account and really taking the money from below the bed to bringing it sort of the banking account, is just about a basic step. With the mobile phone, the Jan Dhan account, which has got significantly large number of people got covered, and the mobile revolution, with this jam trinity, we have solved this inclusion problem. But the problem of empowerment still remains in various parts of the society. So how do you create empowerment or financial empowerment? Because if you go by the traditional route of doing credit underwriting by looking at balance sheet and all of those standard routes and bureau records, it becomes very complex for those sections of society who may not necessarily have all the data. But with the revolution of mobile and the QR code based payments and that all the payment system that is transformed, and I'm sure Mr. Jain will speak more about it, you now have alternate data which gives you tremendous ability to do lot more enriched underwriting to understand the capability and credit worthiness at the bottom of the pyramid, and therefore extend that little financial empowerment, which can then cascade into much more outcome. And just Mrs. Maiti is one example. We have got 1 crore and more examples who have transformed society and creating impact in the society. So that's one, I would say, very strong element of it. And in that domain, if you could do it very, very manually, you couldn't do it. With the technological revolution and the power of data, the fintech companies are really helping us to get that much smarter, more efficient, and in a much more simplified manner. No, that's one element of it. Now, talking about the related domain of trade. Now, each of these small entrepreneurs, in their own micro entrepreneurs in their own right, could possibly have a product which they don't have the market. That market is limited to near their household area. But the product could be really exciting product. And can technology, including let's say augmented reality, help us create a capability for us to showcase the product to the rest of the country and probably to the rest of the globe? And therefore the whole country, the globe can become a market. And that's when I would say the fintech companies can come and partner with banks and the government entities to really create more sustainable sort of ecosystem for them. So that's the second element of it. Specific to trade, I think we all need trade, whether it is domestic or cross-border. But trade is a complex subject, not just because of the trust element that is very, very important in this domain, but the kind of documentation that are needed to execute a trade, the paper-based transaction. So the trust paper brings inefficiency, trust deficit creates problems and results into delay. And the third element is the compliance and other norms. I think a lot has happened, more can be done using blockchain as a technology, which essentially focuses on standardizing the documents, then tokenizing it, and once you have done standardization and tokenization, how do you really create the authorization in the system which can be seen by everyone, resulting into a smart contract, and that then becomes a cascading impact which is auditable, transparent for everyone. So blockchain is really transforming trade as a whole subject, and I think probably we can talk more about it. And the Indo-Pacific region is actually taking a leap in this particular area, and we are really well advanced compared to the rest of the globe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. You touched upon the very basics of the inclusion empowerment through credit and other means which the bank is doing, and then obviously what can be done by introducing fintech innovations like blockchain. Well, I move over to Mr. Raj Jain, Managing Director and CEO, RS Software, who are having platform on many different dimensions, I guess, to promote the digital platform. So you can touch upon a little bit on the standardization problem as well as fintech, if you can.
Yes. So, Professor, with your permission, I'm going to raise the issue to a more macro level, which is what I hope is helpful in these conferences. Good afternoon, my fellow panelists. Good afternoon, everybody. Ms. Tanka, you gave a wonderful talk this morning, and you talk about the strategic importance of digital transformation across the Pacific region, across the globe. And Honorable Prime Minister Modi, he made this a major part of his policies over the past 10 years. No wonder we see what India is transforming to. But as we all know, nothing comes free in the world. We do have to pay for almost everything in our everyday life. And this is where the fintechs and the digital payments come together. Many of you here may be surprised to know that the digital payment infrastructure of India, which is now today a global brand, every part of the world is being talked about, it's been built, led by UPI, exclusively in Calcutta. UPI, the Bharat Bill Payment Network, and the Fraud and Risk Payment Platform being operated all by the fintech RS Software here in Calcutta. And this, I believe, is a matter of great pride for the region, and it's a gateway to a lot of collaboration that can happen globally, as you will see some of the points that I'm going to bring across. So RS Software delivered UPI to India on April 11, 2016. I can tell you that this is probably one of the greatest testimonies, Professor, to a collaboration between a fintech regulator, RBI, and NPCI, which is owned by the leading banks of the country. And that's been a project of great satisfaction. I have lived more in California in my life than anywhere else. So this transformation of the country happening through digital payments is a personal satisfaction for me. But I can tell you that fintechs have been collaborating globally, and as you very well mentioned, that you look forward as a bank CEO to collaborate with the fintechs, and so did you, Mr. Balaji. I feel that when you start going back almost about 10 years, say about 2015 to now about 2024, the first 6 years, 2015 to 2021, the venture capital funding for the fintechs globally increased from about $19 billion to $92 billion in just a matter of 6 months, 6 years. And that is a tremendous success. But what it also did is, it brought a lot of high expectation what the fintechs can deliver, which is great. You raise the bar. And the fintechs, their biggest challenge always is how to get scale. And they struggle on that as startups. But I can tell you some of the global fintechs that have been very successful. You may have heard some of these names. There's a company called Plaid in the US. And then there's a company called Monzo, which is a neobank, digital bank in the United Kingdom. You were talking about blockchain a little while ago. Santander Bank in Spain collaborated with Revolut for the blockchain and putting forward B2B applications there. So there are n number of examples across the globe in every part of the world how fintechs, banks can collaborate. But even today, after about 10 years of a lot of funding going into fintech, when you think about the data points like the banks globally have a revenue approximately in the region of about $7 trillion. Fintechs are only about 5% of that, right? Very small portion. And therefore, we believe that there is a huge, huge potential for this collaboration to work itself, and I'm focused primarily in the financial services space, particularly in the payments area, which is where I see a lot of the opportunity. In fact, talking about the importance of what fintechs can do, the regulators are getting very conscious of it. So Visa, which is the #1 payment network in the world, they wanted to acquire Plaid about 3 years ago, and the regulator stepped in and refused the transaction, lest Visa becomes way too powerful, and therefore they've got to manage that control. I believe that the challenge which lies ahead in the collaboration area is the clarity of goals that the banks and fintechs must be very focused on right from day one. I can assure you, when you look at very many success studies, where successes happen, where there's a clarity between what a bank will do and what a fintech will do. How do they complement each other? And that's really where I believe the investors are now focused on. When they talk to the fintechs, they are telling them, please do not focus just on the growth. Focus on a business model, focus on profitability, focus on a strategy, and focus what you can really create with the banks as something which is for the businesses and something which is for the B2C. In fact, in the B2B space is really where there is the largest focus and a lot of success is being seen. So in my view, I think when we look at this region of Calcutta, of West Bengal, It's got a history of doing major events which have led to a lot of success for the country, for the global market. Like I mentioned to you about the fintech out of software, the kind of work that's doing right from here in Calcutta, less than 10 kilometers away from here. So with that, I have a lot of hope that the Bengal Chamber of Commerce will continue to focus on promoting digital connectivity, innovation in the region, and help the policies to be drawn in a way where a lot more fintechs can be encouraged in this region, and we have great talent here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Join. In fact, you are well within your time allotted. And yes, I mean, the collaboration between fintech and the banking sector is very important, especially for this part of the world and to the Indo-Pacific as well. So we hope that that will emerge very successfully in the years to come. Let's go to Mr. Siddharth Prashad. And he's from Tally Solutions. As we know, Tally is so important for accounting all over the world now. And if you can tell us about something about what innovations you can look forward to in this field, and maybe in what way the Indo-Pacific may benefit from what you are doing.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot for inviting us in this panel. I'll start off with one important thing, which before this session, Chief Economic Advisor was saying that to enable India for 60 or 80 million jobs, it's not the big players who can do this, rather than SME segment has to be more powerful than, and which is where Tally comes in as one of the most important organization for SME in maintaining their financial accounts. We are enabling the big chunk of this SMEs towards the standardization of accounting. After Government of India launching GST, there are a lot of things have already gone into standardization of compliance part, and Tally is one of the leading thing that is helping all these SMEs to get understand this taxation part, which will enable them to maintain their records and can help them to grow at a faster rate. And once they will grow, the economy will travel to next thing. The other part that we as an organization always focus on is the integration part. Being a software company, integration plays a very, very critical part. We get integrated with lots of banks for the seamless integration of cash flows. We get integrated with a lot of fintechs so that it become easy for an SME or SMB for managing their businesses financially, as well as operating their businesses through various challenges that they face. Third part that I want to tell you, Tally recently gets into the part of loan management, which is through a company called Tally Capital. We recently last year launched this organization, and on one important parameter, as Mr. Balaji already said this, the documentation is one of the most difficult tasks right now if you apply for any loans. So there are large number of banks which has different type of documentation. Then there is some credit rating companies which give you credit rates and which tell that whether you are applicable for these types of loans or not. So there are a lot of documentation which we want to solve, that consumers should not feel that there are various things that can go inside. So Tally launched its own platform called Tally Capital, and being into with more than 30 lakh businesses operating on Tally, it becomes easier for a bank to understand, seeing the balance sheet and the books using Tally, and come out with some rating stating that these become easier for banks and fintech to offer loans to the organization. So overall, towards the standardization, I'll say our major focus is towards making people enabled towards using softwares and basically SMEs so that they can regulate, and secondly towards making use of various documents, various reports which can help the organizations and other players to standardize the things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prashar. In fact, what you said is so important for any startup as well as the SMEs, and hopefully that will really help the SME sector to compete more in this very competitive world. Let's move to Dr. Raj Rajesh, the Director, Department of Economic and Policy Research, Reserve Bank of India. And I think again, fintech innovations and the payment system is something which you will touch upon. And if you can a little bit talk about what can be done to standardize the procedure so that it can be used by different types of systems which are there. If you can, I mean, it's yours.
Mostly focus on the like challenges that we face. Like,
okay, sure.
A very good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity and inviting me for this in this August session. So, as you are all aware that India is at the front. India is at the forefront of digital revolution, and there has been a significant growth of the digital economy in India. And India is one of the pioneers in the globe in a lot of digital technologies that the world is aspiring to adopt. So, to gauge as the extent of India's digitization, so I will present before you two indicators. First is that the size of digital economy in India is expected to increase from 10% of GDP to 20% of GDP by 2026. And the second being that our digital payment index has risen to 445.5 in a matter of just 4 to 5 years actually. And in this digitization thing, I'm going to highlight two recent policies. While RBI and other government bodies, they have taken significant steps in promoting digital financial inclusion and in infusing a lot of technologies. So I'm just going to talk about two recent policy initiatives that RBI has taken, which is going to provide a significant boost to digitalization in the economy actually. One on the UPI front, which has revolutionized UPI payments, and another on the credit side actually. So coming to the UPI, which is already the kind of leader in the global payments, retail payment system. So in India, it accounts for about 80% of the volumes of total payments in the country. Now we have started in our August 2024 policy, the governor announced a new feature in UPI, which is the delegated payment. So the UPI would now reach to people who do not have a bank account. So say a primary account holder can delegate the payment, delegate the UPI to some other secondary user. Maybe it could be a senior citizen, maybe a child or dependent actually, family members. The second relates to the credit. As you are aware, in 2023, Reserve Bank launched a pilot scheme, which is called as the PTPFC, Public Tech Platform for Frictionless Credit actually. So the intent for this was to digitize and lower the turnaround time for loans in respect of MSMEs, KYC loans, personal loans, vehicle loans, etc. So based on the pilot experience that we have gained over the last 1 year or so, which has demonstrated significant reduction in turnaround time in respect of KCC loans, which have declined from few weeks to less than an hour. So recently in August 2024, governor announced that there will be a nationwide launch of ULI, which is the Unified Lending Interface. So in the words of governor, just like UPI transformed the payment system, we expect that the ULI will play a similar role in transforming the lending space in India. And the new trinity of JAM, UPI and ULI will be a revolutionary step in revolutionary step forward in India's digital infrastructure journey. So having laid out these two significant developments that have taken place very recently, I will now talk of the challenges that we are faced with in furthering the digitalization journey in the context of Indian economy. While we have done enough to make available the payment infrastructure, digital payment availability, but there remains significant scope in the improvement of usage. So what are the challenges that we face in this regard? So for the meaningful usage, we are faced with first challenge relates to the
financial literacy. So as per the National Center for Financial Education, NCFE 2019, they conducted a survey, countrywide survey, and they found that of the respondents that they covered, actually, they found that only 27% of the respondents had met the minimum criteria of the financial literacy. So just imagine the scale of the problem of expanding the financial literacy, which is a prerequisite for promoting digital financial inclusion, actually. In this regard, we have made certain endeavors. We have been making efforts in the past to, we conduct financial literacy camps, we conduct financial literacy weeks, we have agencies, we work with CFLs and FLCs to promote financial literacy. The second challenge that that confront us is the digital divide. So if you look at in India's internet penetration vis-a-vis the rest of the world, so India lags behind significantly. As against the global average of internet penetration of 67.1%, in India the internet penetration is just 55.3%. And that too, there also remains significant regional and geographical divide in internet subscriptions. So those need to be plugged. And more so, there is also a divide between rural and urban areas. Internet penetration in rural areas stands at just 44.2 per 100 persons, while in the urban areas it is about 111.8. Now, the third challenge that confronts us is the trade-off between the customer convenience that the payment system gives and customer protection. And we are very conscious about the customer protection. And with increased adoption of digitalization technologies in the country, at the same time there have been significant increase in the number of complaints that are received by our banking ombudsman. So of the total complaints that we receive, about 47% in 22-23 comprised about relating to internet banking, the credit card, debit cards, ATMs, etc. So those are huge challenges, and we are working hard to address those things. So for improving the customer protection, we have initiated a lot of initiatives. We do conduct digital awareness campaigns, and we also have a scheme. We have a flagship program called RBI Kehta Hai. You must be seeing it in your television and hearing on your radios. Further, as the regulator, actually, so we are faced with the regulatory challenge of staying ahead of the financial innovation curve, which is constantly evolving with new technology. So yeah, I'll just stop. So there is a need to balance the complex trade-off relating to financial stability, competition, and consumer protection. So our regulation in this regard, we conducted a study relating to P2P lending, and we found that our regulations had a salutary impact on building trust and improve customer experience. Finally, to conclude, as you are aware that we are celebrating our 90th anniversary, actually, and we have series of events actually lined up. If you can check on our website, actually. So having reached several milestones in this journey, as our governor puts it, we look forward in this journey towards RBI at the rate 100 with considerable optimism. We are constantly working on devising policies, approaches, systems, and platforms that will make our financial system stronger, nimble, and customer-centric. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Rajesh. In fact, I have just one apprehension. Fintech innovation and regulation which RBI is doing has to compete with the fraudster. They are innovating things very, very fast. So who is going faster? So that's something which the common man really looks forward to, and I hope you will win. I have all the best wish that the right type of regulations will finally prevail. Well, let's go over to Mr. Karthik Srinivasan, founder and CTO Zixu. And he will talk about, obviously, payments and in fintech, but I hope you will have some idea about how to bring the Indo-Pacific region in some kind of a standardized framework. Over to you.
Thank you, Jadava. Thank you to the Bengal Chamber of Commerce for extending the invitation. Hopefully my sort of experience, what we've been between Australia and India, would add some 2 cents on the perspectives, particularly between the bridge, as I call it. Before I start, I want to just give a quick background of what Zixu is. So Zixu is an Australian fintech. So we were the first ones to introduce QR code based payments in Australia. We are connected to the NPPA, which is very similar to the UPI, NPCI systems here in India. And we had quite a few first mover advantage and a few innovation. So as a fintech, I mean, our synonym is always innovation, right? If you're a fintech, we use technology as an enabler without challenging the principles of banking. And therefore, we churn out products. So that led us to be invited and represent Australia. So Zixu and I represented Australia as part of G20 last year. And one of the key working themes for us was around interoperable QR codes and cross-border payments and how we could sort of look at a standardized framework where all the G20 countries should collaborate and build a single sort of platform. So that led Zixu to come to India and launch in partnership with an Indian fintech, particularly looking at building a bridge. So my views are pretty macro because that is what I've been at for the last couple of years. We had a formal launch last month. Whenever we are building a bridge, whether it's financial or non-financial or could be embedded finance as I call it, there are something called as 4 Ps and 5 stakeholders. So the top 4 Ps for me, the pillars are, one is obviously regulation. Whenever a bridge is spoken about, just as many components go into building a bridge, very similar, it goes between any country that's trying to build a bridge. And in this case where I sit, it's between India and Australia. One of the key things is regulation. So the regulators play a significant role in defining what the bridge looks like. Second comes is the cost factor. Obviously, whenever we're building something, it has to ensure that it's cost effective. Number 3 comes the security. Anything that we talk about cross-border, specifically looking from an anti-money laundering or a counter-terrorism framework, security plays a big role in this. And the 4th pillar, obviously, is standardization. We do have multiple channels on how money goes across, money moves. But what's very important whenever you are talking about a standardized bridge, it is a two-way street between 2 countries and it has to be standardized. So there are technology, to me, comes later. I think these are the 4 grounding sort of pillars. One of the key things in terms of stakeholders that I've seen in the last couple of years dealing between India and Australia is obviously once the government approves this, both sides of the government, then comes the regulators, then comes the central bank and the banks, which are the backbone of any country. Then comes the fintechs like us. And finally, there are the infrastructure builders, so which is like the NPCIs and the NPPA that we have in Australia. This is like a palm to me, fingers in a palm. I mean, all of this have to come together to build a bridge. So one of the main things that Zixu now is focusing on is we've launched in India and looking at building a bridge as we had committed to the government of Australia that we would work very closely with India and Indian technology and the players across. And on both sides of the fence, fintechs can't operate alone. We have to work with banks. We do have partnerships in Australia that we do. The Indian partner that we've got also works with an Indian listed bank here. What we bring to the table is obviously innovation and technology. So what Zixu and the Indian company is doing is pretty much a small step in a small little way in building that bridge between India and Australia. And that is for our demographics that we've started off, which is the international students. And what we're now looking at is what payments and embedded finance can bring to an international student who is going from India to Australia to study. Because obviously with these sorts of a complex sort of scenarios when it comes to cross-border and other technology, there's a lot in play. So we're just starting out. As in country, between India and Australia, I could say that both the countries are now heavily in discussions on how the bridge should be. At the end of the day, fintechs have a multiple level roles to play. There is security, there's payments, there's reg tech, as I call it, which is the regulation, the regulated tech. Then there is something called as SecTech Ops, so security technology ops, that fintechs like us can play. So my sort of key last 2 points to sort of leave with all of you is there are significant sort of challenges right ahead. It has to be between the two countries or across the nations. So when you talk about Indo-Pacific, it has to start with India and any other country that is participating as part of the bridge. And we get one country right, replication and duplication with other countries becomes a lot easier. And that's exactly what Jigsaw is now attempting to do in India through its partnership. So that's my sort of 2 cents on the Indo-Pacific sort of relationship that we're trying to build.
Thank you very much, Mr. Srinivasan. What you are doing, hopefully, we can send more students to Australia. We are already sending a lot, but then it will be made easier because you are a multi-dimensional thing which you are trying to do. Well, now we can open it to the floor, and maybe we can spend something like 7 minutes to wrap it up.
I have a comment to make regarding standardization. Would you like me to make the comment?
Do you take questions and then have the comments, or it's
your question.
Oh, okay.
Just Professor, on the data front, you may be familiar with ISO 20022. And that's of course got multiple versions as well, but at least it's a standard to work with. When we look at digital payments, real-time payments across the globe, India has taken a lead with G20 particularly, and also India has signed agreements with several countries to integrate UPI with the real-time payment system of that country. So that's a great integration initiative that's taking place. In the area of open banking, particularly the EU regulator is taking a bold step towards a lot of standardization there, which is why companies like Plaid, etc., are succeeding. So I believe that while standardization continues to remain as a challenge, there is a lot of initiative that's happening and a lot of success that is happening, and the foundation for success of fintech collaboration is based on some of these standardizations. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Jain, for your hopeful comments. That standardization will proceed. Its natural acceleration will come. Questions,
sir,
please.
Yes, sir. Sir, I have a question to Mr. Rajesh. So I've heard that blockchain is not legal in Indian economic system. The substitute of cryptocurrency is central bank digital currency. So my question is, when blockchain will be legalized in Indian economic banking system, and also when we can dealing with cryptocurrency and other just like Ethereum or other cryptocurrency. So can you elaborate some kind of point on blockchain legality in Indian banking system?
So blockchain is applied across all these systems basically, and I would not offer my comments on the CBDC basically. You know the origins of CBDC.
Actually, it's a substitute of the other cryptocurrency, central bank digital currency. I've heard that.
Well, let him give the answer.
Cryptocurrency is not currency.
It's a digital currency.
Please, not currency.
Let him give the answer.
So I will just add, Mr. Please finish up.
So let me add, like as our top management has already been echoing, cryptocurrency is not currency. So like the term is a misnomer. So the money which is issued by the central bank is the money, okay? And CBDC, which is envisaged to be kind of a future money, like which is still at pilot stage. Like just look at various other countries, like India was at research stage, and now we have moved fast to pilot stage. A lot of advanced countries are still in research stage. They have not introduced it actually. There are various technicalities involved there, but we have made certain advancements. As you can look at our documents, we have we have tested the CBDC at pilot stage. We have like a lot of users, like now about 55 lakh users, 4.2 lakh merchants have been integrated. That trial is going on. We are trying to fine tune it, made it adapt with Indian conditions where internet is not available. So offline functionality has been added to that. And programmability that it could be used only for certain purposes. Like if I give to you, like if you give it to your progeny or your son or something, you can just program in such a way that it can be used only for specific purpose, not for like, just for payment of school fees or something, not for buying chocolates or not. So those kind of advancements are happening. So please do not mix crypto with this thing, because there are that's totally different. Crypto is a financial asset. It's
I mean, it's quite clear. Do you have anything to add?
No, so I just wanted to add that blockchain is not banned in India. Blockchain is the technology which applies using lots of records, moves in blocks. Blocks are connected using cryptography. That technology is not banned. Banks in India, the TRI, lots of others are using blockchain as a technology. I wouldn't make a comment on crypto.
Okay, but yes, please.
So I have a question from a customer point of view. So I'm not an IT expert, but I use a lot of technology. Now, every Tom, Dick and Harry today is empowered to bring out an app. So I use apps from banks, from insurance companies. Now, as a customer, I do not have the assurance that that particular app which I am using has gone through the anti-fraud checks and so on and so forth. So would it make sense, just like for financial accounting you have audit, for drugs you have FDA, so we have some kind of an agency which is empowered by the government, packed with experts, to certify that a particular app or whatever is being created for use by consumers or customers, that has passed muster in terms of fraud checks, so that I can be assured when I'm using the app that this has gone through those checks and I'm safe.
Who will answer? You will answer?
Yeah, more from the protection of the banking app. I agree. I mean, there are enough of apps which are there in the country, and then what is genuine? Especially for the banking apps, there are a lot of validations for that. For example, one of the fraud which has happened in one of the bank, where through one of the app, there was a remote sharing, and you were able to perform a transaction, beneficiary was changed, transaction was done. So there are a lot of validation done. It is a continuous, with adoption of digital, the cybersecurity landscape has definitely changed. At least banks are mandated, where regulators, banks are closely working on how do we make it safer, like 2FA has been done. But you are talking about generally every app, which is something, yeah.
See, just one comment, you should have a maker-checker system. You see, whoever is creating the app should not be the one to certify that app. That, I understand you are taking a lot of care, but there has to be an independent agency which should certify that app, and that is where the sense of assurance will come to the customer.
At least for the banking app, there's a huge cyber security focus which is happening. For example, vulnerability app, 2FA, SIM binding, GPay, for a simple example, GPay, all of you will say it is very ideal for performing in a very faster thing. Please remember, GPay validations are negligible compared to the banking apps. SIM binding, two-factor authentication, the kind of vulnerability checks, screen sharing, lot of continuous development is happening. Last 4-5 months, especially, there's a huge focus on cybersecurity in the nation, and every critical thing, like Independence Day, every critical thing, I can tell you, cybersecurity is a topmost thing. In one of the forum, I went for one of the forum in Delhi. One of the partner was saying, the revenue of global fraudster is equal to the third in the economy. That's a kind of global issue which is there, but there is a continuous focus. There is nothing like simple one maker checker, right? From development till cybersecurity, the DevSecOps, which one of the person has also mentioned, is embedded part of this. And for example, we keep training awareness. For example, even the passbook, we say, don't share your passwords, OTP. These are certain things which is individual persons. For example, if you install a vulnerable app, we are even working on how banking apps can be negated, and how do we make sure that is not being tapped. Phishing exercise, awareness to cyber fraud, links come in SMS, you click it. Continuously, in fact, government, regulators, banks are continuing it, but since I've been in the technology, it is not just one maker checker, there are multiple layers. But I take it your point, at general apps other than non-banking, I think it's something which
So I'll just offer a quick comment. So the point that you made, sir, is quite profound. I mean, as citizens, we use lots of apps. What is the authenticity of those apps is a point. oftentimes the app is created for a noble purpose. For example, I want to create an app to say that I want to support my mother far away, and I say that she is asking for some help, saying that how do I order medicine. So I said, okay, click this, and I take control of that app and I help her order it, and that she gets the medicine. Now the same app can be utilized to do a perpetrate fraud. Now unfortunately, if you want to get it validated by somebody, will say the purpose is this, then you use it for some other purpose. But Balaji is right, the banking apps actually go through a tremendous amount of scrutiny before it really comes.
Just want to add one thing.
The point is not the banking apps. Finally, you see any app, the money transactions is related to your bank account somewhere other. The money goes from your account. So you can be sure about your banking safety. But how can a non-banking app, which finally is related to my account where the money flows, can we have something where there is automatic check somewhere?
Yeah, so there is, for example, with mobile app, most of the banks have done it, that if you have to download my mobile app here on this phone, before you download from the app store, it will actually check whether your phone has got a spam or not. If there is a spam, there is a software called protect.ai, it checks whether your phone has a spam at that moment. If it is, it will not allow you to download. So we do such kind of steps as well, and those are advancement in technology that we do.
Even vulnerability talks about the device versions, OS versions. What are the models, model-wise, what are the other versions? A lot more, it's a huge area, but non-apps is something we will have to look at.
Last comment, and then we have to wrap up. Yes, please.
Yeah, I'll probably answer that from a non-bank app perspective. And I'll give you perspectives across both the countries, Australia and India. As a non-bank dealing in financial services, there are only regulations and steps and standards that has to be followed, okay? Which is what we follow in Australia. And in India, that is what we are following as well. Checking of the apps, there is unfortunately nobody who mandates that. There's only standards available. And very similar to a bank that goes through rigorous checks, because I'm an ex-bank for the last 20 years across APAC region. The checks for a non-bank, any fintech that you take, has to be the same standards. Even the QR codes that we have developed back in Australia has got a similar encryption technology. So unfortunately, to answer your question specifically, there isn't any sort of association or a not-for-profit who mandates that or verifies that. It doesn't even have the tick to say this is verified, unfortunately. There's only standards, and that's driven by the regulators mainly. Any other app, I think it's a horses for courses and case-by-case basis on how we secure. And I think the responsibility falls onto the FI or the non-FI, which is the banks and the non-FI institutions, to ensure that they have a very tight sort of security layer around all that to sniff out any non-bank and to ensure that the movement of money, especially when it got real-time payment systems, it gets very hard. So that's my two inputs. Unfortunately, the answer is no, but there is.
Okay, we have to wrap up because we are running late and there is another session which will come up. I thank all the participants, our valued guests. We have a very vibrant discussion towards the end, and everybody is worried about what's going on. Thank you all again for participating in this.
Thank you so much. So request all of you to stay back. We have to do the honors. So request Ajit Abu sir to kindly present a token of appreciation to Balaji sir, please, first. To Mr. Ratan Kumar Kesh next. And to Dr. Raj Rajesh. If I may request Mr. Obijit Roy, Managing Director, Berger Paints Limited, and Senior Vice President, Bengal Chamber of Commerce, to come up on the dais, please. Would request him to kindly pass on a memento to Mr. Raj Jain, Managing Director and CEO of RS Software. Mr. Jain. To Mr. Siddharth Prasha next. And finally to Mr. Karthik Srinivasan. Thank you so much. If the panel can have a joint picture together. Yeah, you can come. Some heavyweights there. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. We very quickly, within few minutes, move on to the next session where the changeover happens. The next session would be the final session for the day and the conclave. I request some assistance in terms of setting up the next session, and then I'll announce the panelists. Anyone left his phone in the dais, in the speaker seat? Yeah. Yeah. So the next and final session is an experts roundtable on digital transformation in Indo-Pacific trade and connectivity. The session would be moderated and chaired by Mr. Arnab Basu, Advisory Leader, PwC India, and President Designate, Bengal Chamber of Commerce. Sir, if you could kindly come up on the dais. We have with us next the panelists, Mr. Kamal Nath, CEO, SIFI Technologies Limited. Sir, if you could kindly come up. Mr. Jay Doshi, MD Digital Corporate Units and India, British Telecom Group. Physically, we also have Mr. Anirban Banerjee, Global VP Operations of Wipro. And we have two of our panelists joining us virtually from Bangalore. Mr. C.N. Raghupati, Founder Director of Manipal Innovations Leadership and Entrepreneurship School and former Head of India Business, Infosys. And we have with us virtually joining Mr. Balaji Dorasamy, South Asia Head, RE and Infra, Oracle India. Sir, you can take it forward.
Good afternoon. It's always nice to do these kind of sessions, but as Some of us are feeling that we are standing between you and the lunch. So we will definitely try to keep our comments precise and to the point. But we do have a fairly august gathering here today, and we do have two panelists also online. So I will not go into introducing the panelists. I think almost all of them are, I would say, luminaries in their own fields. And I do consider it a privilege to be moderating this panel. And this is an experts roundtable on digital transformation in the Indo-Pacific. The focus would be very heavily on tech, but also on how tech affects lives, how tech affect, how we look at value add, economic value added through tech, how tech can really help us bridge the disparity, how the digital divide can be conquered in some ways, and of course, some of the emerging initiatives or the emerging tech trends that we are seeing, or the technology innovation that we are seeing. So that would be the focus of the session. What we will do is we will go once around all these speakers to have their own initial views, and then we'll come back to them. So I do see Mr. Raghupati on the screen. Good afternoon, sir. So maybe I will take the opportunity to start with you, and then we'll come to the speakers on the stage. So maybe if you want to give us your own thoughts.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, so thanks for having me, and sorry I could not be in the city of Calcutta. So a little bit of a background as to why I'm saying what I'm saying. I have been involved with many of the government infrastructure projects, the GST, the MCA 21, the income tax project. And even today, as we speak, in another room, there is a conclave, there is a meeting going on some of the other issues on information warfare. The reason I mentioned that is I'll stick to the topic, which is Indo-Pacific trade. So let me take a bigger picture of the Indo-Pacific trade. So trade itself, I think it's about 60 to 70 trillion dollars is what the world does. And since 1980, there are two major trade routes. One is the Atlantic trade route and one is the Pacific trade route. And the Atlantic trade route, maybe because of certain historical reasons, because like-minded people, the British went to the US, etc., and Spanish were also European. I think the Atlantic trade route till 1980, you could see that the Atlantic trade was close to about 60 to 70 or 80% of the world trade. And I think it coincided with the rise of China or whatever. The Pacific trade has been growing. Unfortunately, our Pacific side trade has possibly not been as much. So there are two things that we need to look at, especially when it comes to trade. The first is, where do we as technologists step in? And the second is, trade consists of two parts, goods and services. So where do we fit in into both? I'll answer the second one first, because in services, there is a trend which is happening, which is a mega trend, that today close to about 20 to 30% of the world's services are all digital services that are being exported. And increasingly, with the world becoming offshore, on-site, whatever you could call it, where you can do things anywhere, including the entertainment industry where films could be produced anywhere, I think this will increase. And we in India are obviously doing a lot of work to do this. But I think one of the key things that we can possibly discuss over here is how do we sort of become more pivotal towards the digital services trade. The second, which is most important, is how do we remove friction to trade? And that is where the digital thing steps in. For the last decade or so, we have done a lot of work, especially having implemented GST the digital provider from Infosys. I've seen that this has actually eased a lot of physical constraint on the movement of goods. The income tax has also eased a lot of physical constraints. And at one point, we also run the CGAT, which is the customs portal for, we in the sense Infosys used to run the customs portal for the CPIC. How do we sort of make sure that these are streamlined? We have streamlined it internally, so internal trade is okay. But when it comes to external trade, I think it leaves a lot to be desired. We still do not have a seamless digital trade with our South Asian neighbors. There are still stories of containers being stuffed in ports. So I think, and I'll sort of give this back to Arnab to discuss with others also. I think what we need to do is to look at the plethora of latest technologies, which include 5G, 6G technologies for communication, which include a number of startup technologies on X-ray digitization, etc., because we are still stuffing containers. And can we sort of do an inspection of the containers before they leave the port? Can we do a pre-check of all the goods that are done? What are the other mechanisms like generative AI and for example, blockchain is a great mechanism. How do we put all this into place to ease the friction to business and increase trade? So from an Indian perspective, today the two major trading hubs we have only about 1 or 2% of the global trade. But obviously, if you want to rise further, if you want to take your place at the head of the global table, we need to reduce our friction to trade, and we need to become one of the trading spots of the world. And this is what I think we should be discussing. Back to you, Arnab, so that others can discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Raghupati. Maybe I'll shift to Kamal, yourself. CIFI has obviously been at the forefront of technology and connectivity. Maybe if you give your initial thoughts, you heard what Raghupati said, a fair amount of it depends on the investments in tech that we do, and many of these buzzwords of today depend on very hardcore tech infrastructure which we need to have as a prerequisite. So maybe your thoughts on the overall digital roadmap.
Yeah, so Arnav, a little correction here. So I mean, of course, the customers in the whole world like to call us as a connectivity service provider just because of history, because we are the first private internet service provider in the country in 1995. But from that time, CIFI as an organization has played a very significant role in terms of creating basic, I'll not call it digital those days, but basic infrastructure like connectivity. We're the first ISP in the country, we're the first company to launch enterprise network, which is secured enterprise network in the country. And also you'll be very surprised to know that ours was the first co-location data center. We hear about data centers so much, right? So from those days where the requirements were very basic to today's time when the requirements are absolute digital, secured digital infrastructure, it has been a long way for us, right? So I will answer your question through some examples. For example, India's entire interbanking infrastructure. Interbanking, every time as consumers, we transfer money from our account to our friend's account or relative's account. The entire interbanking infrastructure has been designed and implemented and managed by CIFI. I also want to mention about one of the very significant projects which you did, which is related to financial inclusion, which is a project where we are strategic partners for Department of Post. We kind of help DOP to reach nook and corners of the country. almost all the banks, including the top hyperscalers, global hyperscalers. We have built data centers. Today we have 14 data centers across the country, and we have one in Calcutta also. One of the first few, if I take aside STT, which is the erstwhile Tata Communication, which was because of the reason that VSNL had a data center over here. We had actually set up a data center in Calcutta. It is operational in Newtown, and we have further, plan to, expand. All the top banking infrastructures, manufacturing, healthcare. So we have 14 data centers of 220 megawatt, installed IT capacity. Now, if I have to expand it further, we'll be almost doubling our capacity by 2025. These are all driven by the kind of digitalization which is happening in the country. So every process which gets digitalized, or every model, every digital business model which businesses which are launched in the market will require consumption of data center. The top 3 hyperscalers, in India, globally, 3 out of 4 are hosted in our data center. We also interconnect cloud. Now, as consumers, most of you, a lot of you will not be able to see what is happening at the back end, right? We are also playing, going forward, probably a more significant role in terms of the interconnection of the cable route, particularly the submarine cable route across the Indo-Pacific region. I will like to bring a very interesting and latest aspect about that. Earlier, the submarine cable route, which is extremely important for building resilient and continuously available digital infrastructure across all the countries, which is key to digital trading platforms. The earlier that the cable route used to be from Japan, Australia, Singapore, India, and through Middle East to US. Now, because of the geopolitical reasons now, there is a new route which is in the South Sea. To the South Sea, this kind of infrastructure are getting created. We have cable landing stations in Chennai and Mumbai. For the sake of NDA, I'm not able to mention another news which would have made you, all of us sitting in Calcutta, very happy. You will see us in a more significant way in terms of interconnecting the various countries, and various large global infrastructure players. And the other part is which is, of course, we are not in the mobility field, but the 5G IoT. The way I look at it, above the layer of basic digital infrastructures like data center, cloud, network, India has a great potential by virtue of the Aadhaar, infrastructure or the system, as well as the UPI system, and then I heard about some more, unified system like ULI. India can be a great country for creating, very unique use cases. With India's spread on the population, the kind of interesting use cases which can be created is enormous. Number one, and number two, what has happened in India, right, in terms of the digital transformation, as well as again like reaching the poorest of poor, to whatever extent, and I'm sure we'll make more progress on that. India can play a very significant role in terms of helping other nations in the Indo-Pacific regions, smaller countries who are not technologically that developed today, to a great extent. So India can play a very pivotal role by leading it through technology. And of course, the whole world, I think, they respect us for our, technological innovation as well as IT skills, right? So India can, going forward, I'm not sure how much of infrastructure we can build outside India, but definitely the innovation layer, the use cases layer, the software layer, definitely we can play a very significant role.
No, thank you, Kamal. And I think, as you said, that some of these investments in infrastructure, including the cable landing in Digha and others, are very, very significant from a, not only the Indo-Pacific
trade route, but also from helping the technology flow through to some of the other nations as well. So Anirban, maybe I'll shift to you. You've obviously recently moved back from the US, into Kolkata. Wipro has been quite, I would say, active in the Indo-Pacific in terms of your clients, what work you have been doing. So maybe just to get a bit of perspective from you onto your perspective on this topic.
Okay, so from the morning sessions, we all have been hearing about a couple of key themes, right? We have been hearing about regulations, policies, infrastructure, right? Even Kamal just spoke about it. We have the previous panel also speak about it. So these what we call as the building blocks. For an instance, think that these building blocks are iterative and will take place eventually, right? Things will fall in place. Now, if once they are put in place, right, the opportunities are plenty. Now, why do I say it? Now, we have been in the business, Wipro has been in the business of services for 40 years. During these 40 years, the technology landscape has changed immensely. Today, all of us are talking about emerging technologies, right? We are talking about digital transformation, we are talking about cloud, data and analytics, generative AI, machine learning, cyber security, data privacy, operations, everything, right? But if you look at the core, right, the business problems have not changed, right? And these business problems are same globally. It does not matter Americas or Europe, Asia Pacific or Asian countries, right? Customers are still looking to be relevant. Customers are still trying to figure out how can they bring value to their clients. They are still trying to figure out how can I give great user experience. How can I get more insight about my customer to bring a differentiated experience? How can I be more secure? How can I reduce my cost of operations, right? So these core business problems do not change globally. And these from region to region do not change. Flavors change, right? But fundamentals do not change. Now, if I look Wipro, and this is, I truly believe this is the India story, just not Wipro. Over the years, our fundamentals have remained the same. We have always been obsessed with solving business problems, complex business problems. That's one. Second, we have always remained very focused in investing in our people on upskilling and training them on the next gen. We are always fascinated on what's the next gen, and let's train them, right? In Wipro, we almost have, recently we earmarked $1 billion on Gen AI, right? We always do that. Most organizations, we are also very focused on R&D. What it allows us is it allows us the experience on learning new things, to fail fast, right? We have our own R&D divisions, we try new things, we work with different academias. For us, it's Stanford, it's in the Asian countries, we work very closely with National University of Singapore, but these allow us to try new things, right? And obviously, it's the global partners, right? The Microsofts, the Googles, the Amazons, Salesforce, Oracle, all of them, right? But what it does to us is, in India, it provides us the experience that we need, the capability building. Once you have built that capability on different use cases on solving these problems, that experience is invaluable. So think of an Asian country, an Asian bank who's trying to implement a blockchain for the first time, trying to, say, do gross settlement using CBDC, right? If we were to bring in that capability, that experience, that insight, and say, how can it be done? What's the best practices? How can you implement? And bring that learning from, say, our other customers, the Americas, even the Indian market, where we have done it before. For that new customer in the Asian region who is doing it for the first time, it's invaluable, right? And that's where Wipro over the years, we have been in the Asian countries for almost from the 90s, if I'm not wrong, right? From the 90s, we are in, our headquarters in APAC is in Singapore. We have centers, offices in Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, all of these, and multiple depth centers, right? We are committed in this region, and we work very closely with different financial institutes, healthcare, retail, manufacturing. But coming back to is that if we stick to our fundamentals, if we continue to invest in these emerging technologies, in our people, in solving new use cases, that's gonna be an asset in helping solving the next gen problems across the border.
Thank you, Anirban, and I think you touched upon a few very fundamental issues that, or the approach that India is taking. Balaji, I know I can see you on screen, so again, I'll take the opportunity to reach out to you first. You obviously have a Southeast Asia portfolio which you look after, and obviously, I think if you look at Oracle and what it has been investing in, I think a large part of it is very clearly focused on bridging the digital divide across different territories, specifically, in the Indo-Pacific region, as you are looking after. So maybe your views on this topic. You're on mute, Balaji.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for that. So certainly not just Oracle. If you see, the South Asia has been the most, developing nations, while we have lots to catch up on the other regions, right? So initially, when companies like Oracle came into these regions, they were looking at only market for business. Is there an option where we can start setting up offices just to do, sales kind of a business? Now what has happened is we have a lot of developments that's happening. The digitization has gone up so much that every organization wants to have all of their segments coming out of from that particular country, right? So we initially started with few countries. Now I could very clearly say Oracle kind of company is got in every countries across the Southeast Asia and JPAC included, right? And that is enabling for countries like India is that we are seeing a lot of new smart cities that's coming up, right? Smart cities, in fact, Kolkata is one of our big base where we are growing. And when I started with Oracle, there were just 20 people who were just managing customer requirements for that particular private and public sectors. But now we are looking at healthcare, we are looking at implementing app developments that's been happening across the country. And more importantly, as I told you, the last mile connectivity to the digitized services that can be covered in all these countries is somewhere that needs to be tapped on. So how to make it more cohesive, a very simplified way of transactions or trading, which will help businesses to grow and make it globalized is what Oracle is trying to enable people with, right? While smart cities getting developed, it's more important, where do we get this talent pools which can enable or develop these kind of technologies, which will be the need of our, when you compare to any other regions in the globe, right? We are talking about a lot of data that's coming into us. As we speak, even today, all these things are getting recorded, right? The IoT of things are the future. How digital transformation is happening is only based on what database that we can create to analyze the trends and necessities, right? Somewhere in Kerala, everybody was talking about why is Hawaii Chapels more popular there is because of a lot of data that was collected for the type of place and the kind of rains that they will get in and stuff like that. Now everything is data which will enough inputs for people to analyze as to what is the trend that we should develop, which could be the market thing, right? So the talent pools that is necessary is very important. Like in Oracle or any other big companies, the infrastructure that gets that's needed for these kind of enablement is more in the sustainable way is what that has to be approved on, right? The sustainability plays a bigger role even in the digital transformation, and and the investment that can be done by big companies cannot be done by the small firms, right? So how the bridge between that is more important for the future requirements. And the advantage of countries like India, in Philippines, or any other countries in this region is that there is lots to catch up on, which itself is an opportunity for us to, you know, make this place a lot of cohesive and collaborative countries around us. So yes, we are looking at one solution for most of the necessity. That's why companies like Oracle is investing on building data centers, developing the apps, getting cloud computing, AI, and machine learning and stuff like that. So that's a great field to be in, and I'm sure everybody could get benefit out of it. When you ask me, when I currently manage multiple countries in this region, what is the different? How is that collaboration happening? Is only because of the standardization, only because of having an open, warm, appreciation between each countries as to what are they good at, what is that we can learn from them that can be implemented here. That is the biggest enabler in which we are be able to successfully grow together. So that's my thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Balaji. Thank you. Shifting to Jay, sorry for coming to you last, but obviously not the least. You've gone through a fair amount of digital transformation yourself, and when you look at that transformation journey and look at 2 points, which I think Balaji also touched upon. One is the sustainability, and the other is the economic value added. How have you looked at it, and how do you think this can really sort of be a part of how we do our business?
Thank you, Arnab, and thank you BCC and I to be welcoming us on the stage today, and thank you for this opportunity. It's always a pleasure to be here in Kolkata, and I really enjoy the culture, the vibrancy, and of course the flavors that Kolkata has to offer. I think I want to go back to what Mr. Raghupati said. We got to remove the friction. I think the question is, does moving towards a borderless transfer make sense or not? I think that we all know, and I think it's more about how you remove the friction. And that's where the digital inclusion and making digital at the plank of making it frictionless is very critical. And at British Telecom, we absolutely are in this business, though really focused in the UK. I'll probably speak about it, but I really see this as three things, even from an India perspective, and I'll bring in some of the examples from all this. From a digital perspective, it's I really see this as removing the friction, and I'm kind of piggybacking on what Mr. Raghupati said. The friction removal comes from digital literacy, digital infrastructure, and an accessibility of the tools to access the infrastructure and the literacy that they have achieved. So, of course, there is technology. Anirban and others spoke about blockchain, and it's a great technology that will allow countries to protect their national and geopolitical interest, but it kind of creates an opportunity to collaborate and coexist within our own realms as well. In terms of digital literacy, I also see this as a very big thing. The digital inclusion cannot happen unless the people have access to digital literacy. And this, to a great extent, is also will have to kind of go beyond just the business and establishments and the manufacturing units, but we'll have to get into the homes. If you look at the countries on this side of the spectrum, not the other side of the Atlantic. Of course, there's Africa there as well, but if you look at this side, we have to get into the homes and improve the digital literacy. And some of the stuff that we are doing at British Telecom Group is really using our corporate social responsibility to really enable the woman in the house and the female child to become digitally literate, and that will uplift overall, and that will then also uplift the uptake of it. And I think, I'm sure we are not alone in doing this. A lot of you sitting here are doing that, but that is one plank that is kind of a critical success factor for this area. In terms of digital infrastructure, I see it through two lenses. One is the hardcore physical infrastructure that you have to put into the ground, and I'm less qualified than Kamal Nath he knows it very well, putting the first broadband, and I incidentally happen to be one of your customers from those days. So I always saw you guys as a broadband provider for me in that sense. But putting fiber in the ground, where hard to reach, making satellite economics work, making mobile accessible is a big capital intensive play. And clearly, that's a big play of the capital, which will going to be quite a challenge for any economy to play at that. And that's where the collaboration, the startup ecosystem, the disruption will come to play. But the second area that on the infrastructure, the services that we have to create, and the kind of India stack that we have created and at a population scale, 1.4 billion can use UPI today. UPI transaction volumes are mind-blowing, and the kind of work that they're doing. And as a nation, we have really opened it up. And Mr. Raghupati spoke about the GST piece and software, and how are we open to kind of exporting that probably and making it viable for every economy to use it. So if you bring that digital literacy, digital infrastructure, and the accessibility of the devices and accessibility to those services, the key to that is the talent. One of the biggest shifts that has happened in the Indian ecosystem today is, in the past, and Balaji spoke about Oracle doing a lot of work in India. Today, most of the companies have a replica of their HQ in India. Now, through facilitating the talent exchange and creating that talent exchange with the other economies, we could really bring these three things together, use our scale of digital literacy, use our ability to roll out digital infrastructure remotely, which is what I will double click in a second. The third is the whole talent ecosystem that we have here. How do we make the talent available to the economies? Just to put the digital infrastructure and being able to do it remotely from here is today in British Telecom, the design, the software, the planning and all of that for the fiber rollout in the UK happens from India. Same way, managing the mobile network and the expansion of 5G happens from India. So if you just look at the whole economics of it, and when we looked at the full value until 2030 of the fiber rollout in the UK, which is a country of 60 million people and 30 million homes, two big numbers. The economic value is 72 billion pound by 2030. That's the economic value created additional in addition to giving the access. And the last point, it will generate 500,000 new people into the workforce, and most of that is women. Most of them are informal carers, and most of them are elderly people who cannot go out there and work because the infrastructure enables them to do work remotely on the digital. So I think all the building blocks that you spoke about are there. It's about government policies, political support and the will, and the entrepreneurial spirit that I would just sum it up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay. So I'll just, I know that we are running a bit against time, but I'll take the opportunity to just go once around everyone for their last thoughts, and I'll probably just throw in a few questions from my side as well. Mr. Raghupati, if I can come to you, you talked about making it frictionless and interoperable, but what are some of the positive traits you see in this in the last 1 year, and what do you think can be done more? Just your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so the most positive trait is the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. And if you look at the innovation and startup ecosystem, we have close to about 100,000 startups. And these are the people who are going to create new products for creating this frictionless ecosystem, which is going to be basically India based. And a lot of the funding is coming out here, so a lot of the innovation is happening here. Of course, some of them is happening even through the GCCs, the Global Competency Centers. I think we are talking about close to about $60 billion being sent by the GCCs in places like Hyderabad and in Bangalore. So from a technology perspective, I would say that the biggest things that are happening are technology for trading perspective. I see a lot of ideas that are getting thrown up by youngsters, and they're not necessarily. Yeah, some of them join the GCC, some of them start on their own. The second is I can see a lot of. I'm right now sitting in a venture capital firm, 314 Capital, and I can see that a lot of the innovation today is funded by the venture capital firms. So today you have an idea, and I run my Manipal Innovation Leadership and Entrepreneurship School. You come up to me or you come up to any of the incubators and you get funded for it. So I think what I see over here, what is very exciting, is if you look at the market cap table 10 years from now, if you look at the market cap table between 1980 and 2023, you would see there's only one or two foreign companies left. One of them is ITC. I would say that, but many of them are still public sector. I would say that by 2035, I'm just going out on a limb, you will see many of these technology innovators. You would see the top 10 market cap companies will be Indian companies, the unicorns which went public. So that's what keeps me excited and keeps me happier.
Thank you. Thank you. Kamal, quickly shifting to you, maybe just talk about your plans about, investments in India and investments in Kolkata.
Yeah, so one of the areas, so let me just kind of give you the view of the new CIFI, right? So we have three fundamental businesses. One, of course, is the network. Second one is the data center, and third one is digital services. So one of the areas where we will be significantly investing in the coming days is data center. Because everything what we are talking about here in this room will need data center in various form factors. In the form of co-location facilities, in the form of cloud, and in the form of AI cloud or AI infrastructure. So by virtue of AI's requirement of more power, you need a lot of power, more power to drive AI workloads. So you will see almost 100% growth in the capacity which you will be building. So currently we are 220 megawatt IT power, which will by 2025 it is expected to grow to almost 400 megawatt. We have partnerships, declared our partnerships with NVIDIA. So enterprises can use the NVIDIA infrastructure which will be hosted in CIFI's data center. We are investing in renewable energy because data center is very, and particularly if it is AI, if they are driving, if they are hosting AI workloads, a lot of investments are going around the renewable energy. Okay. Third, all these years, unlike many other large telcos, we did not lay our own fiber. Because we have actually partnered with multiple telcos and we had built our backbone, and it has its own advantages. Now we are building metro networks because the last mile capacity requirement is going up. We are partnering with global technology leaders like AWS, Google, Oracle even. In fact, Oracle, both the data centers are located, cloud data centers are in our data center. AWS as well as Google's data center are also in our data center. You will see us building more edge data centers because I'm sure you will, I mean, all of us as consumers, we see AI in our phone, Gen AI or chat GPT kind of features in our phone, even in WhatsApp or Facebook. In every social app it will come, right? Now, have you ever wondered how this is going to happen? It is only going to happen if you have an AI-enabled, data center in Calcutta for users in Calcutta. So you'll find a lot of edge data centers which will be supporting AI workloads coming up, and we will be a significant player in that. And of course, we are also augmenting our services capabilities. So one just last point, we not only build infrastructure which can be generally used by enterprises, we also build very purpose-built infrastructure for enterprises. For example, the entire trading infrastructure of National Stock Exchange, through which the trading happens. So every time you trade a stock in National Stock Exchange passes to the infrastructure which we have designed and built and managing. Right? I spoke about the entire interbanking network. So you'll find us in different avatars investing in India market. And coming to Kolkata, I mentioned during my earlier narrative that we have a data center in Calcutta, and we intend to expand it. We intend to be a part of be a significant part of the Indo-Pacific connectivity. Where Calcutta can be one of the centers.
Thank you, Kamal. Anyone rushing to you? Co-innovation in the Southeast Asia. Just your thoughts on that.
Yeah. So I think this is already ongoing. This is not new, right? So I think Raghupati sir mentioned, right? Startup culture is very significant in that. The co-innovation will continue to happen between two parties, right? One is obviously our teams, our players will continue to bring new ideas to the market, but at the same time, that is where you have local presences in all these different Asian regions, right? That's where you work with industry consortium, you work with the partners there as well as academias there, right? And that's where you can understand the local use cases and challenges which you can then start solving, right? And that will be the key to the bridge.
Thank you. Balaji, if I can come to you quickly, your thoughts on sustainability and what you think we need to do when you think of all this, what you heard in the last 45 minutes.
Yeah, digital transformation itself is sustainability, is what I would say, right? And we all experienced something which was during the COVID, how the education system adapted transforming their studies online, right? And sustainability, certainly every aspects of any business, there has to be a 100% thought process on how they can implement things with a sustainable model. Sustainable model is what every client requires. It's a need of an hour. That is the important point. So we are investing a lot of money on sustainability. Like we are looking at going 100% green power globally, which is almost there, and we are looking at purchasing things, especially building infrastructure, which is more important on be it the interior, be it the way of aircon usage, be it the kind of system that is there in our data centers, is all based on how sustainable they are and how environmentally friendly they are in the long run.
Thank you, Balaji. Jay, last question to you, and quick question. What's your view around, or what you're doing around cybersecurity? We probably didn't touch upon that, but just wanted to get your views.
Yeah. No, thank you for that, and I think cybersecurity is kind of essential part of this whole expansion that we're talking about. And what I would really summarize that in the world of Gen AI and AI, every individual is worried about what can happen to their data and what can happen once they're more online with IoT and others. So I think the focus really for us is about expanding the reach of cybersecurity, but collectively as a country, we'll have to see how an enterprise-grade cybersecurity can be made accessible to every individual. And I think that's where, again, the whole innovation will massive part.
Thank you, Jay. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of these deliberations. Because of the paucity of time, I can't take questions from the audience, but the speakers are here if you want to catch up with them individually. I also want to say that this is the last last panel for the Indo-Pacific conclave. So, to that extent, this brings us to the end of the conclave. Over to you, Shambit, for the next.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, the esteemed panelists. In fact, we are delighted to have you all amongst us in Kolkata, in spite of your very pressing schedules, and some of whom, even the invite and the confirmation, everything happened only around 7-8 days back. So we're delighted and grateful also. So time to do the honors. Request Mr. Basu to kindly hand over a token of appreciation. First to Mr. Kamal Nath, please.
Mr. Raghupati and Balaji, we will send the tokens of our appreciation to you. But, we can't do the honors from here, but really appreciate you taking out time for this.
Sir, can you just get in? Next to Mr. Jay Doshi. While we have virtually two people joining us from Bangalore, Mr. Doshi is in Kolkata from Bangalore. And obviously Mr. Anirban Banerjee. Next. Raghupati sir and Balaji Doraswamy, as our incoming president Mr. Basu said, and during one pre-event call also, since you have also insisted that he gives you a dinner when he is in Bangalore, we will try and ensure that your mementos are also sent across.
Thank you. We have
With this,
there.
we conclude the second edition of Indo-Pacific Conclave, and the both day proceedings now comes to a close. Thank you so much for your patience and presence for both the days. The lunch is on upstairs at the Bengal Lounge. Please help yourselves upstairs. And for the Bengal Chamber Managing Committee members and office bearers, we request you to stay back for the business session of the 178th AGM of Bengal Chamber of Commerce.